When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Step out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But when you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Step out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are tuned in, this is Uganda Law Society Oil and Gas Cluster training, and we are coming live from Umoja Building, courtesy of Stanbic Bank. Today's discussion is looking at the global trends in the oil and gas sector and a Ugandan perspective. As Uganda's oil and gas sector shifts from the exploration phase to what we're going through now, development and production, with the first rigs coming in, there's a lot of drive and there's a lot of interest in Uganda as an oil and gas destination country. We have so many of the goods and services suppliers who are trying to jostle in for some of that space, and within it there is an opportunity, but these opportunities are influenced by different other factor externalities that we are trying to look and decipher. And with me going to try and cut through the red tape and the topic being the global trends and the Ugandan perspective, we'll have 5 presenters. Mr. Elson Karuhanga, who is a partner of Kampala Associated Advocates, Ms. Paula from Stanbic Bank, who will be taking us through financing and how Stanbic Bank, as one of the leading local banks and financiers, is trying to hold hands and drive most of the goods and services providers in participating in this oil and gas space. Mr. Frank Tusime, Managing Partner of Tusime and Company Advocates, will walk us through the current issues. We have the COP27 in Egypt, and this is about climate change, and we're trying to look at it, and he's going to walk us through climate change, the current trends in climate change, and how Uganda and our oil and gas sector are trying to address some of these global concerns. We've known and we've heard of the EU parliamentary declarations and pronouncements. How are we as a country and as a sector addressing that? We'll have a presentation by Mr. Rodney Golova, who is the Manager Policy and Board Affairs of the Petroleum Authority, who will give us an update of how robust is Uganda's oil and gas sector currently. We've gone through the exploration phase. As we gear into development, as we gear in production, what is the pulse of the oil and gas sector from the perspective of the regulator being PAO? And then we have Mr. Gerald Batanda, who is a managing partner of Sigun Advocates, who will walk us through a unique aspect of arbitration and international dispute resolution in oil and gas. We've known and we've gone through the heritage, the Total 1, Total 2, the Tullow cases, and there's this whole thing about arbitration. Should it be done here? Should it be done out? How do we, as the Uganda Law Society, tap into the different lawyers who are coming on board and trying to get training within the oil and gas space? Is this something that they can aspire and carve out as a niche? And that is a snapshot of what we're going to go through and the discussions. For part of the housekeeping rules, each of the presenters will have 30 minutes to make presentations over the different topics that they'll cover, and then we shall invite the audience through directions on how they can forward their concerns, their questions, their contributions to the different panelists to discuss, as I will equally engage them in some of the areas of concerns arising out of their presentations. If you have an issue and concern, then you'll go to the icon on your device and raise your hand, or just post it, and this part of the Secretariat of Uganda Law Society will take note of the different questions, and I will be reading them out to the different panelists as and when the questions come in. Thank you very much. And without further ado, I would like to invite and welcome Mr. Edson Karuhanga, a partner in Kampala Associated Advocates. He's not new to the Law Society, and we're happy to have him here. let him introduce himself and give you his flowery CV as we go on. Thank you very much, Edison. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll spare you the flowery CV and maybe we'll just go straight into it. Ellison Karuhanga, partner, Kampala Associated Advocates. There may be no flowers in my CV. Do we start?
Yeah.
I was asked to talk about oil and gas, global politics, OPEC, EU, ripple effect of Russia, Ukraine. That is a very difficult topic, and I can promise you that I may not have done it as much justice. But maybe we start from the beginning, how it all started. So there was a guy called Drake, Edwin Drake. He got into an arrangement with some people. Oil has been there for a very, very long time, but the modern oil industry was born in around 1859 when Drake drilled the well. Now, there are some guys who had come together to look for this oil because it was used for kerosene, for lighting people's homes and light bulbs and light lamps. And Drake did that first drilling method. You can see a picture right up there. And he's the one. What is modern day oil drilling? This whole rig business started with Mr. Edwin L. Drake. He drilled the first oil well. He hit oil, and that is the method at which oil has been drilled ever since Drake drilled his well in 1859. Incidentally, he got so ambitious with this drilling business that he began drilling wells everywhere and died a very poor man. He made losses. But the oil was mainly used for kerosene. Then there came the energy transition. The first energy transition came with a man called Thomas Edison. Edison discovered the light bulb, and the light bulb was commercialized. So it became electricity. Instead of using these turnovers, people were using bulbs. That thing killed the oil industry at the time completely. So people's profits all of a sudden quickly disappeared. But fortunately for the oil industry, Daimler and Benz came along with the combustion engine and the Mercedes-Benz and the Ford and all these characters, and the combustion engine, and oil changed the face of global transport. Changed the face for global transport quite substantially. Oil has done more than just change the face of global transport. We have seen oil in cars, in ships, in planes. Oil has changed warfare. World War I, we saw the mechanization of war, the use of the tank. It's because of oil. World War II, we saw a fight for the control of all supplies. And the people who won were those who were able to control the oil because you needed it for your jets. It really helped to kill people. For the last 200 or so years, fossil fuel has been the energy of modern man. Man is addicted, they say, to fossil fuels. It powers everything that we do. And if you look at all its byproducts, it's absolutely... It's absolutely important. So for the last 200 or so years, or the last 100 and something years, oil has been an instrumental part of modern life. It has incredible byproducts. It's used to make roads. The tar for roads comes from oil. It's used polyester for clothes. It's used for the synthetic fertilizers. It's used in incredible ways. Could we go to the next slide? As we get the next slide, oil is therefore a powerful tool. Now, the modern oil industry didn't just start with Drake. The current oil industry, as we know, it began with a gentleman called John D. Rockefeller. He is the grandfather, if not the father, of the modern oil industry. He founded the Standard Oil Company and the Standard Oil Trust. That is the largest and most effective company known to man. It is the most impressive institution created by modern capitalism. It is the thing where money was made that has not been made. He's rated to have been either the richest or the second richest or the third richest man to have ever lived. And his competitors, depending on where you come from, are only King Solomon in the Book of Kings and Mansa Musa in our history books. But for other guys, no one has been as rich as John D. Rockefeller, who made an astronomical sum of money from the Standard Oil Company and the Standard Oil Trust. He was in charge. He explored for oil, found oil, controlled the transportation of that oil, controlled the pipelines, controlled the railroads, controlled the refineries, controlled the distribution and petrol stations of the modern oil industry until from about 1870, until they got tired of the guy. So in 1906, the United States government brought a lawsuit against the Standard Oil Trust under the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. So the man had the Standard Oil Trust. That's why in America, your anti-competition law is called antitrust law. It's all about destroying the Rockefeller monopoly. He simply determined everything about oil. And the lawsuit went through the courts between 1890 and 1911. In fact, I think one president, President William Taft of the United States, was elected, and one of his campaign promises was to break up the Standard Oil Trust. He's also the father of investigative journalism. One of the biggest journalistic pieces came from a story about how Rockefeller was controlling oil by a woman called Ida Tabel, I think, forget the name. The Rockefeller Company was finally broken up by a decision of the United States Supreme Court in 1911. And 33 companies were formed, forcing Rockefeller to lose control of the oil industry by law. The companies which were born as a result of the breakup of the Standard Oil Trust were Exxon, Mobil, and then they later merged, Chevron, Texaco, Occidental, a number of the biggest American oil names. All of them are children of the Standard Oil Company. In fact, when they broke up the company to destroy Rockefeller's control, his wealth grew 100%, if not 200%, or 1,000 times. I forget the figure. So he was already the richest man, then he became the richest man times 1,000 because he had shares in all these little companies whose values grew astronomically bigger than the original Standard Oil Trust. I think today, Exxon and Mobil are still ExxonMobil is still the largest or one of the largest 5 companies on the face of planet Earth. But the structure, the organization of the oil industry, the corporate organization of oil, the power of oil, the money of oil can all be traced back to Mr. John D. Rockefeller. I think you can go to the next slide. It's important to get into all this history because I was asked to talk about OPEC. So we're leading up to OPEC and how people said enough is enough. But by the 1940s, 1950s, after the war, actually all the way almost up to the 1970s, there were 7 companies on the face of planet Earth that controlled between 80 to 85% of all global oil reserves. These companies were known as the Seven Sisters. 4 of the 7 sisters were Rockefeller's daughters. Exxon, Mobil, Chevron, and Texaco. Then we had Total, now Total Energies. We had Shell, which later merged with someone to become a Royal Dutch Shell. And then we had the Anglo-Iranian Company, which is now known as British Petroleum, or which was known as British Petroleum, and I think it's now known as BP. The 7 sisters controlled the oil industry in the United States, in Europe, but more particularly in the Arab world. By the 1920s and 1930s, between those years, oil began to be discovered all over the Arab world, with Anglo-Iranian discovering oil in Iran, and the Standard Oil Company of California, which became Chevron, discovering the hugest ever oil reserves from a field in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. If we just go back to the previous slide, sorry. Yeah. So these guys controlled the oil. Now we can go to the next slide. Sorry. Until people said enough is enough. By 1969, Libya was taken over by Gaddafi. And Gaddafi's contribution to modern civilization is that he jammed this business of Seven Sisters, controlling all the Arab wealth, getting it all, taking it to the United States, and leaving the Arabs as poor as they were. So the man started a revolution. He threw out the kingdom that was ruling Libya, took charge of Libya, nationalized the oil industry, and chased away whichever sister was there at the time, and became a great enemy of the West until the day he died. I don't think there was any forgiveness. But what happened as a result of the Gaddafi revolution in Libya, I think it was called the Green Revolution, was a ripple effect throughout the Arab world. And not of revolution, but of governments and kingdoms saying, wait, you mean you could nationalize this thing? So you had Kuwait following suit. You had Iraq following suit. You had Iran came later on in 79 after the overthrow of the Shah. Countries like Venezuela and other countries. By 1980, there was the United Nations passed the resolution on states having permanent sovereignty over their natural resources. So as the Arabs took charge of their industry, they nationalized it, they owned it, they ran it, and they have made astronomical wealth from it. And now we can go to the next slide, which is the birth of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Many people saw OPEC as a cartel. OPEC simply controls the supply of petroleum from OPEC producing countries by limiting how much oil they can each put onto the global market, such that if the price of oil is too high, because there's a lot of supply and less demand, if the price of oil is low because there's too much supply and less demand, OPEC cuts their quotas such that the price can go up. If the price is getting to a level where the consumer can't have it, OPEC floods the markets with oil. That's the whole concept of OPEC. OPEC, however, has never succeeded in determining the price of oil. Oil is determined really by the markets. Where OPEC showed its power was in 1972-73, during the Yom Kippur War. Yom Kippur War, Israel and the Arabs decided to settle their differences in a manner that is quite decisive. War. And I think Israel did a preemptive attack on Egypt. And there was a lot of unhappiness. And as a result of that unhappiness, the Arabs decided to have a blockade of the West, because especially of the United States support of Israel in the Yom Kippur War. And they used oil as a strategic weapon. They wreaked havoc on world markets. I think the price of oil went up to 140 or 147. I'll have to check that figure. But the price of oil has never been higher than it was after the Arab oil blockade. They simply stopped oil from flowing at all to the West. And that caused a ripple effect on economies. Some of the big countries, I don't want to mention them, had to go to the IMF for bailouts. They actually ran broke. And this led to very many changes. And yeah, we can move to the next slide. Of course, war. A lot of war has been fought since then for people to be able to control the supply of oil. Oil really drives economies. If you do not have energy, food, energy, water, you are finished. The biggest strength of countries like America is the access to energy. the use of energy. An American uses as much energy as 307 Ethiopians. One American. Yeah? The ability to drive technology is because of the power of energy. Africa is really behind, because even if you went on the rivers of Africa and created and used, I think if you developed all the hydro in the whole of Africa, you may not be able to power New York City. That is really the extent to which those who have grow what they have by the use of oil. And as a result, they go out of their way to control the resource. And you can just see the power where all markets are shaking. Just look at a country like Uganda, for example. We have two neighbors, one to the west and one to the east, Kenya and Congo. If Kenya as much as has 1 week of disturbance and you do not have fuel coming into this country, every single human being will feel the effect of a block from a Kenyan problem. So there's no Kenyan problem which is not a Ugandan problem. Congo, where we do not rely on for any of our energy supplies, if there's war in Congo, people here treat it as an academic exercise. They start saying, where is Kigali, where is Kampala, where is Alala, we need to, they get a Muzungu to write a book. You never had a Muzungu analyzing an issue in Kenya for us here. It's a serious issue. So oil is, and that's just at our level. Now, at a global level, if you look at the wars, the Vietnam War, the war in Afghanistan, the Korean War, wars which didn't involve oil, in Ghana, they continued and continued and continued. When Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait in 1990, the world really almost came to a standstill because it was going to affect oil markets, and he had to be bombed into his senses. Right now, we have seen what's happened with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and what's not happening. So oil has been the subject of war. Even the Biafra war in Nigeria shook up global oil markets. The Iraq war, the Gulf War. So global conflict around oil has a massive impact because of it's never understood how much people actually do rely on this commodity. We can go to the next slide. But of course, it's an environmental problem. The burning of fossil fuels, there's carbon dioxide which we all emit. Even now, as I'm talking here, I am breathing out carbon dioxide. So all of us together put some carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which carbon dioxide is consumed by the natural cycle. Plants, blah, 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 they all take in carbon dioxide. So you breathe out carbon dioxide, something else breathes in carbon dioxide, and there's a balance of nature. Oil means that there's a lot of burning of fossil fuels has created more carbon dioxide than the global system is said to be able to consume, leaving a blanket of carbon in the atmosphere that is causing an increase in warming. And some people claim that if we get to 2 degrees by 2100, we shall be in a lot. If the world temperatures go up by 2 degrees, we shall be in a lot of trouble. And the burning, and this is all attributed to fossil fuels, and so a global movement has arisen saying we must stop oil, we must end man's addiction to fossil fuels, and we must stop it now. Of course, it's a very good movement. It has very good intentions. I like it very much, as everybody knows, but it has its challenges. I think there's a lack of practical reality that besets these people, and these policies hit the poorest the hardest. If the price of oil goes up, the people who will suffer most are not Americans, they are Ugandans. And not only Ugandans, the poorest Ugandan who doesn't have a car suffers most from an increase in price, because every other price is increased, inflation shoots through the roof, and you have a problem. So there are practical issues, the economic issues, the environmental issues. How do we manage our environment better with regard to oil? If we can move to the next slide, then my 30 minutes almost up.
Wow.
Russia, Ukraine. I think I've spoken about Russia, Ukraine, and the inflation it has caused in Kampala. Ugandan travelers pay 100% more in fares since the beginning of the war. 100% more. Everything, and that means everything goes up. The price of food goes up. The price of everything literally goes up. If you live in this city right now and you realize that your incomes are flatlining, your expenses are tripling, you end up condemning everyone you see. Sometimes you see unnecessary road rage. You're traveling, people have stress, they start quarreling on the road. But there's a problem of no money. And this is partly caused by the freezing up of the available oil, not just from the Russia-Ukraine situation, but also from the environmentalists, because they've stopped they are stopping the investment in new projects. So there's less oil available on the markets, and then you have Russia and the problems of supply that Russia has, and then you have a huge mismatch, and we are seeing the price of oil rising, and the price of oil really affects the way that we live. So regardless of who is right or wrong in Russia and Ukraine, the fact is that it's squeezing living conditions among the richest and among the poorest. And we can move to the next slide. Enter Uganda's oil project. I'm sure other people will speak at length on this project. We have a very modest oil project here. We have about 1.5 billion barrels of recoverable oil. We have maybe 100,000, we'll be producing also 100,000 tons of liquefied petroleum gas from these fields, which is associated with oil. So the gas is very little. The oil is substantially what this project is. We'll have a refinery. We have seen already the development of an airport. We're seeing the development of an industrial park in Kabale. This is Kabale in Hoima. There are some people who, somebody once said, how can you say there is a Kabale in Hoima? There actually is. And we are seeing, we have what we call the oil roads. 1,000 kilometers of roads have already been constructed in the oil regions to make it possible. As we speak, I think CNOOC has just put up a rig for Kingfisher, the Kingfisher oil fields. So the oil fields are Tilenga and Kingfisher. The Tilenga oil fields are the Total oil fields, and Kingfisher is operated by CNOOC. The bulk of the oil will come from the Tilenga oil fields, about 190,000 barrels, and then about 40,000 or so will come from the Kingfisher oil fields. We are going to construct the longest heated crude oil pipeline in the world, the East African crude oil pipeline. Yeah, we can move because I'm sure other people will. Now, what has happened as a result of this development is that we have seen from Al Jazeera, African Business Review, Reuters, The Guardian, The Financial Times, The New York Times, National Geographic, Le Monde, Tag Spiegel, any international publication you can dream of that is written about EACOP has written one of these 5 allegations. EACOP will emit 34 million metric tons of carbon dioxide per year, making it a climate bomb. That claim is nonsense. EACOP will displace 100,000 or 200,000 or 118,000 or 110,000, depending on which so-called serious publication you read, and make these people homeless. That claim is nonsense. EACOP will tear to 230 rivers. I don't know where those rivers are, but certainly they are not in Uganda and Tanzania. EACOP goes through Lake Victoria, or Lake Albert, some of them say. It doesn't. It does go through the Lake Victoria basin. But they say it puts the water sources of 40 million people at risk. That means it's more dangerous than World War II. That claim also is nonsense. EACOP will cut through critical habitats for elephants, lions, and chimpanzees. Anyone in Uganda knows the EACOP route goes through Mube and Zimbabwe. There's not even a zoo in those areas, leave alone the critical habitats. But you'll find that as the new reality, the nature of international coverage, the nature of international activism is that these days it's fact-free. And those are some of the challenges that these projects will have to go through. If we can go to the next slide. And then we have the EU Parliament. I thought someone's going to present, but that's the summary of the EU Parliament. I think Maltegale is an MP from Europe, and he says, if you wonder how many rivers the East African crude oil pipeline cross, here you go. And then on the right-hand side, you can see how many rivers the EACOP is going to cross. Basically, Tanzania is an island, not even an island. Tanzania is underwater. It's Illuminati. So I think the whole concept of what we are dealing with is that we have an oil industry that's under challenge from an environmental lobby that is operating in a fact-free way. We have prices under stress from a violent, unnecessary and illegal war in Ukraine. And we have all of these hitting the poorest people in the world the hardest. So oil is crucial, oil is important, oil has real impacts on people, has real impacts on pockets, has real impacts on bottom lines, and it's being challenged, and our lifestyle is currently being challenged incredibly and immensely by all manner of climate bomb, but at the same time, it has a serious impact on the environment and on the climate, and it's something we need to look into. I hope I have answered the question of my presentation. I doubt I have, but I think I've managed to take my 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elson. It's always interesting hearing you speak passionately about the oil and gas sector. It reminds me of sitting in Peter Cameron's class or Stephen Dow's class in Dundee and going through the same. It's quite insightful. Picking on to quickly, what is your take of, I know you had a stunt on BBC or Al Jazeera, one of the two, in respect to the EU parliamentary pronouncement. What's your take of the global trend towards negative exploration to the oil and to fossil fuels per se? We've seen the EU Parliament, we've seen EU bankers telling most EU financing entities not to touch exploration, not to touch fossil fuel. That is, and the ripple effect of that is then you won't have credit export agencies lending money to either the JV partners or that. How should we prepare for it? Or do we expect what is happening in the EU and what's happening in the EU Parliament to actually have an impact on our sector moving forward, being quite young in itself?
Okay. I think that what's happening with the global trend to, first of all, the idea that I think it's also come up in COP right now in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, yes, where there are people who are saying that we must not have any new fossil fuel projects. I think the former US Vice President Al Gore said that if you are in a hole, you must obey the first rule of holes. That is, you stop digging. And the idea is that if we add any new fossil fuel projects, it will be impossible for us
to get out of the hole.
And that we have to keep we can't increase global heating by 1.5 degrees. And the only way we don't increase this heating is if we don't fund fossil fuel projects. Now, those look like very nice ideas. But when you drill down into those ideas, they are extremely hypocritical. What it means is that the United States of America must continue producing 20 million barrels of oil per day. The climate is safe. What we shouldn't do is add new ones. So Uganda shouldn't add 200,000, but America should continue producing 20 million. And that if America produces 20 million, the climate is safe. But if Uganda produces 200,000, right, we are digging the hole of the world and sending out a climate bomb. That if Norway produces 2 million barrels a day, it must continue, but Uganda must not continue to produce 200,000. That if China is taking up to 15, 17 million barrels of oil per day, it must continue, but Uganda, that somehow 1.5 to stay alive means us we must die. And I think that idea is an idea which I hope, and I'm seeing that there's a pushback coming from African countries to say that, please, this time you have found us when we are looking. Why don't you reduce your 20 million to 18 million?
To provide,
to
give us the cover to also
so that we are all alive. And you're seeing that the failure to produce new oil and gas resources hasn't stopped people from producing in African countries. What you've seen is once there was a squeeze from the war in Ukraine, you saw more drilling happening in the United States.
Yes.
We saw 100 licenses coming out in the UK. We saw 53 new licenses in Norway.
Yeah.
We have seen Germany returning to coal. This is because of the absence of our resources on the global market. So if our resources don't go there, the global market will still find these resources. Now, does it affect the financing? I think financiers around the world are coming to realize that at the beginning, before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was a guy called Stuart Kirk. He's a banker. He was the head of sustainable banking in housing. I was going to say in Housing Finance Bank.
HSBC.
But I think in HSBC.
HSBC, yes.
I'm more used to housing finance. So as the head of global finance in HSBC, he was asked. I'm more used to Stanbic Capital. As head of housing finance, he was asked to go. As head of sustainable banking, he was asked to go and make a presentation to the Financial Times Climate Conference in London about how bankers are helping us reach net zero. And he said this whole thing is nonsense. There's a lot of money which the world could use to make through oil, and he was fired for his presentation. Now, that bank having been fired, a few months later, in the middle of the Ukraine war, we saw the CEO of Citibank saying, I think, almost the same thing. He wasn't fired. I think that the Ukraine war has brought a certain level of perspective to the entire discussion. Also, we are seeing moves from the Africa Exim Bank to establish the Africa Energy Transition Bank. We are seeing a lot more financing coming from very many places. As long as these projects remain profitable, just look at the oil industry. Look at where we started from in this presentation. The companies that have controlled the oil industry are still there. You know, there are very few companies. There are very few times that I've ever seen an oil company declaring bankruptcy.
Yeah, because if you look at the current trend, there's this whole issue about the global refining capacity that is being constrained by Total, Shell, and some of the big sisters, who, funny enough, have been posting 200% profit from the refining capacity, and because they're trying to control it now. Is it fair to say that they control it, they're going to do it? We do not have access to financing as Africans, and most of this is beyond our domestic ability to finance and budget.
Yes.
Isn't it still going to, the ripple effect of the same onto us? Because if we cannot go through additional exploration, for example, Uganda, we have 60% of the gravel has been explored, 40% hasn't been, and we have our 1.5 billion barrels. We still need additional exploration. We need the likes of Heritage, the likes of Tullow, to come in and do the initial exploration, because CNOOC and Total are not going to go into exploration. So if they cut it, if they limit the funding towards exploration, doesn't the ripple effect mean that we are going to hit a stalemate at one point, unless we are going to tell Total and CNOOC, can you get into exploration now? Of course, because for them, the majors only come in to buy viable projects that are bankable and have got commercial reserves. Do you see Total and CNOOC saying, Total, CNOOC, and AMA Petroleum saying, let's go into exploration now? Or do we hope and say, let's wait and see? We have had 2 licensing rounds by Ministry of Energy, and the reception has been bad.
The reception was bad because the climate for oil, I think, the appetite for it. But I don't make commercial predictions. I think some of the oil companies will certainly. I know CNOOC had a project was supposed to enter into with UNOC to do some exploration work in Uganda. Regarding the huge profits of oil companies, remember that the reason why the oil companies are posting astronomical profits is because the oil price is astronomically high.
True.
The oil price is astronomically high. for two reasons. The war in Ukraine on the one hand, and the decision by certain members of the environmental lobby to try and choke the fossil fuel industry. So like it's almost like Rockefeller. Remember Rockefeller, after he lost his empire, became 1,000 times richer. So this industry seems to be operating around the other principle of no weapon forged against me shall prosper. The people who invest in it seem to be prospering no matter the circumstances. So that's the actual point I was coming to. Why oil is still important even for us is because if you look at the historical trend of oil and gas companies, if you look at the biggest oil and gas companies now, are certainly not the oil majors. They are the national oil companies. For example,
Aramco.
The largest oil company in the world is now Aramco, the Saudi Arabian oil company.
Yes.
The national company of Iran is one of the largest oil companies. Even the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation is holding much more reserves than Chevron. If you're looking at the trend is that ENI, which is supposed to be the eighth sister or step sister to the seven, the Italian oil giant, which came as Agip, it used to be called Agip here. You know, here in Uganda they make a mistake. There's a place they call Esokona.
Yeah.
I think Eso is coming from Exxon. And someone says that you remain with the name like Esokona. Esokona didn't just remain with the name, it's still there, very, very powerful. So the idea that oil and gas is going away, I think going by the global trend, we have seen technology companies rise and fall, but we've seen oil companies rise and rise. Of course, a time will come when the oil monopoly will end, but the strength of the oil industry is that as a form of modern capitalism, it was able to understand, first of all, adaptability after Edison's discovery of the light bulb, but more importantly, it was able to understand nothing is wasted.
Yes.
If you go into an oil refinery, what you call waste, the byproducts, they use it for everything you can imagine. So everything,
chemical, plastics,
even the electric car,
yes.
Even the electric car is made, all its parts come from oil products.
The prefabs are from.
So
then bring it closer to the current trend. We have the midterms of the US. Clearly, the Republicans have taken over Congress and Senate, and the Senate and the House, and the Republicans are a force deemed to not relate to climate change, and they believe, yes, it's a hoax, and we may end up finding the return of Trump if he comes back. This shift is going to give Joe Biden another 2 years of headache. And it was on this climate change that he drove and entered the White House. His next 2 years are going to be hard. That will equally spell a challenge to, it will spell a challenge to environmentalists, but to most of the oil companies, it is a bit of a breather. But then you have the flip side of the Fed and the IMF saying there's a global recession looming in 2023, the increasing of the interest rates in the US, that is going to make the cost of borrowing a bit hard. So you still have the financing constraint that is going to rip through. And then for a country like Uganda, who are getting into that development stage, you have so many service providers who are jolting for the little business that's around, but with no capital. Is this still going to pose, do you see it in your future sight that it's still going to pose a threat, and we may not exactly feel the immediate effects of the so much in terms of goods and supply that we're providing to the sector, in terms of a return to our pocket?
Okay, the oil industry, if I do the first bit, the
midterms issues and how it spells.
The biggest producer of oil in the world today is the United States of America.
As a swing producer, yes.
As long as America, Norway continue to produce and consume the most oil and have a competitive advantage from oil, they will never support moving into anything else. They will say they do, but they will not. President Trump pulled America out of the Paris Climate Agreement. President Biden put America back in, but I think he has succeeded in being one of the agreements, most impressive breachers. I think he's not only doing new oil and gas, he's releasing strategic petroleum reserves. He's signing agreements to provide gas to the United Kingdom and Europe. He is, I think under him, he has quarreled with the oil industry more than most of his predecessors, but they have prospered under him. As you yourself pointed out, they have never made as much money than they're making now. And for as long as you need to understand that energy, once you can power yourself, you have moved to another level. That's why people fight for control of energy. If you have solar, for example, becoming the cheapest and most available form of power, yeah, you will have a huge power shift to places to Europe. In fact, to Germany. Germany has invested significant sums of money in renewables, not out of love. I'm sorry, I hope there are no Germans watching. Not out of love for the world, but it's an attempt to see where the world is going next and be able to control the next source of energy so that you can control the world. As long as if the world does move to renewables tomorrow, if we stop oil production, our poverty here would rise astronomically. Because the entire technology, we have not done anything in terms of trying to study where this renewable path is coming. But if you look at it from that perspective, the United States will continue to produce oil. What we need to make sure of here is a few things. One, we need to secure the supply. We need to build that refinery. Two,
security of supply and
we need to build that pipeline. Three, we need to make sure that we have energy available, provided by us. Maybe not priced by us.
Priced and provided.
But at least first and foremost, secure supply. Make sure that at no point do we care who is the mayor of Nairobi. You know, a time we reach when we start knowing the name of the mayor of Nairobi. The fellow can just wake up and say, stop!
The MD of Kenya Pipeline.
The MD of Kenya Pipeline Company comes here and the man has a convoy because he's a very powerful man. He can just say, stop.
He's controlling the tap.
You know that in this, was it December? When did we have, just before the election in Kenya actually?
Yes.
There was no fuel in Kenya.
Yeah. Between April and August,
between April and August, the Kenyan arrangement was such that because they introduced a subsidy on the pump price, petrol dealers stopped selling their fuel in Kenya. If fascists were ruling Kenya, they would have simply banned fuel coming into Uganda. So Uganda, we had huge petrol prices. Kenya had lower petrol prices, but no petrol. If Kenya was ruled by Amin, Uganda would have no petrol. Just like that. So we need to secure our supply. Yeah, I hope but for finance, I think that financing, for me, I think financing will come. I think financing is already flowing towards these projects. With financing of exploration, it will still remain coming out of the pockets of more risky investors. I don't see banks financing exploration.
You touched on the need for Uganda to speed up our refinery plan. And we have, I think last week, Dangote finally commissioned his the long-awaited refinery. And it tried to send a signal to most people that we should look internally and we should look inward in terms of getting public-private partnerships or getting the private sector involved in some of these infrastructure projects that will lead to energy security and security of supply. But then you have a predominantly outward-looking Africa where we want to build and develop for the outside market rather than the inside market. We are not taking advantage of the African Exim facilities. We are not taking benefit of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area that opens Africa as a one market. The AU Agenda 2063. Is it lack of understanding Africa and Africa's market and the opportunity Africa offers to African businessmen to explore? Or is it just a matter of us thinking the best market is in Europe and that's where we're supposed to develop? Because
I think it's
Dangote built has done his refinery. We are trying to look and say, should we wait for the Albertine Graben Consortium? Should we have a mini or modular refinery in Uganda? How do we build what you're referring to, energy security of supply, our own determination of our price and our product? How do we build it internally as us?
I think you're right. We need to look more internally and within the region. The thing with oil is it's all about where the markets are, is what they say. Norway produces 2 million barrels of oil per day. It sells about 1.6, 1.7 million barrels as crude oil through pipelines.
Yes.
And only needs 300,000 for its domestic market. Africa right now has a massive refining problem. We produce more crude oil that we send out than that we refine. Angola, I think, is starting to step up its refining capacity.
Most
now
of them are topping up.
Refining 250,000 barrels. I think by end of next year, it'll be looking at refining 400,000 barrels. Most of it, a large chunk of it actually for export within Africa, refined petroleum. Within its region. And within Angola right now, I think one of the first few years, Angola is now fully energy independent.
Yes.
It does not import any refined
product.
oil.
Yes.
We're seeing Nigeria with the Dangote refinery coming
Egypt,
on board.
And I think South Africa.
We're seeing Egypt, we're seeing a lot of South Africa, but there's a very limited refining capacity compared to demand.
Yes.
However, we need to first get enough money in, and I think we'll go where the market is at the very beginning. If we can refine domestically, export and get money, and then expand our economy. So that you expand demand by lifting people out of poverty. Like I've told you, one American is consuming as much energy as 370 Ethiopians. So it makes sense sometimes to send the energy products to America. They are likely to pay a premium because they need a lot. But we need to increase the buying capacity of our people. Here in Uganda, we increased the electricity supply, but we did not increase the economy has started to grow and lift people up. But at the start, when we were building some of these facilities, people were not able, and still many people are still not able to afford the available power. So we also have to make sure that we are building into a market where we are lifting people up, and we lift people up by providing them with the necessary energy that can power their activities.
So looking at that, if you're saying we should then shift the focus and look at the one American compared to 370 Ethiopians and this and that, but then you have a rising with the Russian-Ukraine issue. You have a new bloc arising, that is Russia, China, India, Iran, Pakistan. Is this bloc, as in the World War I, you had the Eastern and the Western axis? Can we look at this and say it's the new Eastern axis that's going to pose a challenge to what we know as the EU and the US? And is it a new market that Africa can play with? We've had the Africa-Russia Business Conference. You've had the Chinese come and have an African business convention. We had invited all African states. Everyone is jostling for Africa, yes. But in this, as you said, we are still looking out. We're not trying to develop the demand here, because we can grow the demand, we can grow the capacity, we can grow the consumption. Do we, in putting in mind the financing challenges we're going to, and the terms and conditions coming from the EU, you saw the Deputy Speaker of Parliament saying, if your human rights are pegged to certain rights of LGBTQ, whatever they call themselves, we cannot access it. If the financing from the US and the EU is coming with a bit of a carrot and a stick, that may not be to the benefit of Africa's culture, Africa's norms, or Africa's development plan and progress. Does this signal that Africa should think about Africa and probably look closely to China, Russia, Iran, India for access as a market, because these are huge markets? they've been buying, they've been consuming most of the product that we have. I think 70% of all the crude that comes out of Sudan or South Sudan is allocated to China. You have huge. So is this a signal to tell Africans we can equally look to the East as an alternative market for our product and save face in how we develop?
It is, we shall definitely, I think the brief answer is that we shall sell to who buys. I think we shall sell to who buys. I think as long as you have the most important thing is to have something to sell.
Have something on the table, to have something to bring to the table.
We'll sell to the buyer.
Thank you very much, Elson. I believe you'll still be around when we go through the whole panel discussion. It has been quite an interesting insight, and I must congratulate you for running well through this. I know it was a minefield of so many things, but I love the way you've kept flipping your hat here and there, and the knowledge that you've brought out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying with us. And I see the numbers are increasing. Thank you, and keep them rising in. It is an opportunity to learn. It's an opportunity to open our minds and think beyond Uganda, but think regionally, think globally, in how we can turn this resource into a blessing. And in order to turn this resource into a blessing, as Elson has been saying, one of the key issues is financing, access to financing, cheap financing. And I don't think there's anyone who has been in the Ugandan market that long enough than Stanbic Bank. Stanbic Bank being one of, I think, the leading local bank that we have here, who have gone through a lot of financing, is represented by Madame Paula, who is the head of the international banking, international trade and banking, that's specifically cut out in respect to the oil and gas sector and financing. She is going to give us Stanbic's vision, where Stanbic is, how Stanbic is looking at the Ugandan local suppliers, how Stanbic is trying to facilitate through their incubator, how they're trying to shift their own mindset internally from corporate financing to project financing, and looking at how to build governance structures and capacity within local goods and services suppliers to ensure that, one, not only are they compliant, but also competitive to win some of these contracts from the different tier 1, tier 2, and joint venture companies. And I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Madame Paula. How is that?
How are you?
Good, sir. And with us we have Madame Paula from Stanbic Bank. I didn't get your second name. You will introduce yourself to the viewers who are here. And as when you're coming in, we're having a discussion with Elson about the global trends, and was walking us through the dynamics of it. All those dynamics are determined by who has the money and what's the cost of that money. And as Uganda, we're getting into now the development and the production phase. It's all about who has the contract and who can finance that contract. Is Stanbic able? Can Stanbic can we work hand in hand with Stanbic to turn this dream into a reality? Please.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, I'm just trying to load some slides as well. I could. Then you would, but I'm running through some quite
As we go through some of the small housekeeping, issues, as we try to get Madame Paula's slides on some of the key issues that came out of Mr. Elson Karahanga's presentation, where the global trend, as much as the global trend is trying to drive towards renewables, fossil fuel is still one of the major players and one of the major issues that we're going to have in terms of development. As I think it's Sustainable Goal 7 that looks at providing energy security for any country to meet its midterm goals for development. Energy is one of the heavy drivers in terms of production, in terms of reducing costs of production, in terms of competitiveness of the final goods. Our ability to be energy dependent, ability to have energy security of supply, and cheap power is going to be one of the major issues. Currently, we have the tariff, the electricity tariff, and depending on what you're using as your mode of power, if it's off the grid or if it's HFO that you're burning a generator, will have an effect on your price, and that effect on your price has an effect on the competitiveness of the goods. So energy is still a big issue. Word coming out of Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt with the COP27 seems to look at it where African countries, I think it was our own President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni's presentation saying Europe has done more damage to the environment than Africa, and yet they're pointing the finger at Africa and saying Africa is supposed to restrain itself so that the rest of the world can continue living. But then how will Africa live? So we need, from part of this discussion, we need to be proactive and we need to take up that space as Africans and try to solve Africa's problems using African solutions. And this is exploit our resources for the benefit of the fellow Africans that we have in the continent. And this is the only way we can lift ourselves out of poverty into middle income status and further into better standards of living for us and for the generations that will follow. Equally coming out of Mr. Elson Karahanga's presentation were issues regarding climate change, the US, and how we view the shift from the Democrats to the Republican Senate and House, and what the ripple effect it might have on the oil and gas sector and fossil fuel, because the previous Republican, Donald Trump, got the US out of the Paris Treaty. Joe Biden, the current president, took them back in. With him not having a majority in the Senate and the House, we may have a challenge when it comes to driving the US agenda. But at the same time, we find, as he equally pointed out, the US has gone ahead to use its own reserves, get into markets, and so many things that are against the protocols of Paris, things that the US is actually driving. Now that we've seen the housekeeping team has corrected the small glitch we have, I will hand over to Madame Paula from Stanbic Bank. She'll introduce herself and walk us through how do we access this money in order to run this business and turn Uganda's oil sector into a nice story. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm Paula Kutsia. I am with Stanbic. I'm the head of investment banking, and my portfolio also specializes in project finance and financing of energy and infrastructure investments, primarily from a debt side, as well as which is where we would contribute debt funding as well as raising from partner lenders. as well as on advising on structuring in order to be able to access these funds. So I think I'll just touch on some key highlights for me. From a project finance perspective, it's a very exciting area of financing because most project financing is greenfield, which means we start with a greenfield and we have no assets, no infrastructure, and we come along and build something that will create value and encourage economic development and provide, such as our moderator touched on, power, water, access to trade, etc. So not only is the creation of the assets and the development of this, the economic infrastructure which encourages economic growth, not only is that an exciting part of project financing, from a legal perspective, what's incredibly exciting, and it gets a lot of project finance transactors and lawyers very excited, is that you essentially start with this green field and you are creating a future asset by your contracts that you negotiate and draft today. So it's, I would argue, potentially the most important aspect of project financing is the legal overlay. You start, eventually you have a pile of contracts, and that becomes a toll road, a bridge, a port, a power plant. It's incredibly exciting to see the words that we've all worked on and assessed as business, commercial, and legal minds together become bricks and mortar and contribute to the economy. So what I'll do is touch on project financing for initially, and then, of course, we've been asked also to touch on other aspects of financing for oil and gas, which are also available from Stanbic and partners in Uganda today to drive the development of the upstream and associated infrastructure with ECOP, with the refinery and other related infrastructure for the oil and gas sector. Thank you very much. So I think essentially the question we often are asked is, and what we've touched on is, there's corporate lending where there's an existing, it could be an SME, it could be a more sizable entity. It has an income stream. It has probably more than one single product, more than one single customer, and it's playing in the market, and every day is a different day and different customers are purchasing the product or the services. The difference with project financing is that it is very specifically linked to the asset, which is constructed from a single source of a single package of financing. And that asset will produce one service or one output, such as electricity. And oftentimes there will only be a single customer on the other side. That is different in the oil and gas space, and it's relevant for discussion as well in the Ugandan and Tanzanian context. So you would have a power plant built with a package of financing. You will have a single customer, being in our case UETCL, and then UETCL would distribute that electricity to its own customers. But that's really not the function of the power plant that the project financing would have funded. The similar is a toll road, where of course we have many customers on a toll road, but toll roads are usually funded and driven by a single concession agreement with a procuring authority in the country of relevance. So really we're looking at a limited recourse or non-recourse financing. Where is the recourse coming from? Can we look at alternative assets for security? Can we look at alternative cash flows? The answer to that is usually not. It is that single asset which will generate all the cash flows that will be required to service the debt over the life of the project finance loans, and to provide equity returns to the owners and those who have funded the equity portion of the capital structure. So what we start with ordinarily is a special purpose vehicle established to then clearly define the legal limits of the entity. As lenders, we would drive to limit the flexibility of approaching other customers, of wanting to go into another line of business or potentially start looking at a different kind of product, as it were. And there are, with this funding comes these restrictions, which make it clear that from the outset, everybody agreed what the purpose of this asset would be, what its product would be or its service, and how it would be remunerated for that. So there's quite a lot of detail on these slides, and of course we will be sharing these post the session today. But really what I wanted to touch on is the fact that the single asset will drive a single set of cash flows, and that will repay through the legal documentation, all the loans, all the equity. During construction, the loans and the equity will be financing the construction contract, any purchases of equipment. So the first period of the loan life would be the outflow, when the asset is constructed or refurbished and assets are purchased and equipment is purchased and installed. The second part of the life of the loan, which is the much longer part, will be the repayment period, when the asset is up and running and is generating this single source, single kind of cash flow, and that will then flow to the funders. So this is where we get very excited when commercial transactors such as myself sit in a room with the legal minds, and we talk about what it is we're trying to achieve through each of these structures and contracts. This slide demonstrates, at least at a very high level, the various categories of documentation that we will need to negotiate as lenders, or we will be required to support our shareholders and the borrower in their negotiation, for example, with construction companies, with insurers, with the contractors. All of this represents contracts, several contracts, each with a very carefully considered and I'd say well-negotiated risk allocation. The premise of project finance is that the risk should lie with the party best able to manage that. And so it's quite clear to many parties at the outset what risks are involved in construction and what risks might be involved in operation, including where the customers of the concessioning authority will come from, how frequently they will pay, where there is support from shareholders, where there is support from governments in order to mobilize the funding. Project finance projects are generally very sizable, anything upwards from $20 million to $2 billion, depending on the asset, depending on the product or output that it will provide. So you can imagine there's a lot of interrogation all throughout the negotiation period about lessons learned from other projects, where things have gone really, really well and been successful, where things are different because of a different regulatory regime, in whichever country we're operating and negotiating. And really, this is just to touch on, at the very high level, the number of contracts that will be negotiated. In fact, it's probably the form of financing that lawyers are the most involved in and the most involved in the commercial terms, I would say. So there are some slides here around some of the numbers that will support the cash flows. What that will do is equip the bankers, the owners, to understand how much funding will be required to construct the asset, how it will be recovered through the life of the asset, whilst periodically also servicing debt and being able to service equity through dividends. So we have a number of risks here. Many of these are technically and practically mitigated through negotiations and through the allocation of these risks with the appropriate parties. Everything is again and again underpinned by firm contracts that are well negotiated and that involve legal minds such as yourselves, with several partners to contribute. The management of the risk will unfold in the operating period. And this is oftentimes when people have found that there may have been a gap in the consideration of the level of detail that one should have potentially guarded against or considered in the negotiation of the contracts. I think we have technical minds coming in to advise us And again, we work with the lawyers, the legal minds, to ensure that as these technical risks have been explained to non-technical parties, we can all understand what's actually been contracted for, so that investment bankers, equity owners, and lawyers can all understand the technical aspects under the contract itself. These risks that I am highlighting here, each of them is going to be mitigated and appropriately allocated through the legal documentation. The lawyers are absolutely partners in every conversation in the development of a project financing structure. It cannot be prioritized how close a partnership is with lawyers for this kind. Due diligence, absolutely. We have legal due diligence as a core pillar of how we formulate these contracts. We constantly are seeking legal support and advice on contracts that may already exist or that are being developed by other partners in the project finance structure. So here we have some of the, as I said, there are numbers, and it's a numbers game. Once we have taken care of the risks under the contracts need to reflect the revenues and costs to high levels of certainty in order to assess how much debt and equity will be required and can be recovered. I think here we also have a case study. I'll just touch on this case study to demonstrate again. Project due diligence, structuring, documentation. This is prior to the commencement. This is prior to financial close. From the date of financial close, once it is effected, all the funding is on the hook. Everybody's performance is very clear. The requirements are clear, and the journey starts. We partner. If any of the partners are delayed or are failing to deliver, it's an opportunity to work together to get back on track, because a diversion under one contract can only have an impact on all the other contracts subsequent and in this overarching structure. Post the construction, we begin operations, and usually that's the lowest risk and the sort of most, we could possibly call it the simplest period during the life of a project financing asset. And there's an operator who, under usually an operating contract, will then operate the asset on behalf of the owners, the lenders. We also need to monitor that. We need to monitor that they're performing according to the contracts, the service level agreements essentially that they've committed to. We need to ensure that the operating costs are kept low as they would have been banked on, and that the revenues are where they need to be. And that is very much driven by the quality of the asset that will have been constructed, as well as the operators, in line with the contracts that they signed to actually be appointed as operators for that asset. So here again is just an example of the spiderweb of contracts and different counterparties in a contract in a project financing. The direct agreement is something your lenders will essentially very much request or require, and that gives the lenders a direct conversation with a legal nexus with counterparties with whom they do not actually sign an underlying commercial agreement. For example, a power purchase agreement with, again, example, UETCL. For example, the EPC contract, the parties of which will have contracted between the special purpose vehicle who will own the asset and the party who is contracted to deliver this asset. The direct agreement means that if anything is going awry or there are some hiccups or speed bumps along the way, the other counterparty may be having challenges with the borrower. Potentially, they're not being paid on time. This could give rise to problems under the performance, and indeed, in a worst case scenario, the other party could well cancel the contract during the construction, which is not a desirable outcome from any perspective. So the direct agreement gives lenders the ability to join the conversation and drive that conversation to find solutions to keep these contracts alive. And usually it just results in everything coming back on track because you have more support, more minds to concentrate on solving the issues, and the incentive is there for everybody to get back on track such that every contract can be implemented in the way it was envisaged when the entire package was put together. So I think here we probably can exit this pack. I have another slideshow here. I think I'll be able to find it and access the Zoom to stop sharing this screen. You can help me here. Fantastic. So the next one. Could you assist? Thanks. Oh, share screen, I have it. I shall go to structured trade and commodity. Share, thank you. Thank you for your patience. This type of financing is very relevant in the oil market and speaks to post the infrastructure around project financing, which is the structure that would be used for ECOP, for example, and other sizable assets, including in some oil and gas economies. We also have structured trade and commodity finance. This particular pack does speak to fuel as the commodity. These structures are also applicable to agricultural products, etc., and other minerals. But generally, this one is very, very applicable to the oil and gas space once the oil is actually flowing from the ground. So structured trade and finance is where the funder, Stanbic, is not really taking a corporate view or a project view on the counterparty. What they're looking at is the underlying value of what the product that's being traded, the commodity, as it were. So as the commodity is funded by cash, the funding is secured around that commodity. A very simple structure would be to say that once the product is funded by a funder through structures such as letters of credit or similar, there will be money being drawn down from that instrument against or for purchase of the fuel. So that fuel is where all the value of that cash is held. And that fuel is then monitored and managed to a very extreme level, so that the funding is always close to the commodity. And as the commodity is being purchased, the funding is going out, the net value is always the same. As that commodity is then being sold to customers, the funds are coming in at the same time or immediately prior, the net value remains the same. This is important for fuel because it currently impacts the importation of fuel into Uganda, for example, and it will in due course impact exportation of, in some cases, the crude and also from the refined products in due course. So you look at every physical aspect of the trade cycle. We would look at suppliers, we would look at the vessel, how the product is being discharged, where it will be stored, who the parties are, their experience, their professionalism, their track record, any risk of pilferage or lack of 100% of the product being retained at every step of the way. Because products should only be released when funding is received. Again, to keep that net value, cash equals stock equals assets at the same level as has been agreed. Inland movement, incredibly important. The traders in Uganda, the OMCs, the National Oil Company are very, very close to the product suppliers. Their purchasers at the end of the supply chain, as well as the parties who play a role in every aspect on the screen. Who would own the vessel, who manages the vessel, who owns the storage, ease of access to storage once a sale has been agreed. So essentially, it's funding against this commodity that is then tracked every step of the way until the funding is fully settled. The commodity goes into the market and it is purchased and sold and resold to even distributors and fuel stations in due course. That, as we've said prior, is currently on importation of fuel and in due course will be driving the exportation of the refined products into other markets. Really, this is just to reiterate the logistics around the commodities and how your funders, your owners of the fuel will be driving, monitoring, managing, and keeping the utmost professionalism at every step of the way to ensure that there is no value loss on the underlying product. The documentation here is fairly standard, as opposed to project financing, which can become very bespoke depending on the type of asset that's being constructed, the type of product that will be produced. Here you would still have certain, shall we call them borrower-specific requirements, but generally around the commodities and tracing and tracking the movement of the fuel, in our case fuel, there are very standard processes, service providers, experts who provide those services to the owners and the lenders, who generally would not do that in-house because it's quite labor intensive, and it's good to have absolute specialists touching on each of these supply chain aspects from a monitoring and a physical release of the commodity perspective. So here we have collateral management facilities, and this is where one would actually have a manager standing at a fuel storage tank, for example. And as the instruction is received from myself, for example, at the bank, we confirm that funds have been received for 100 liters of fuel, and the collateral manager then manages the release, monitors documents, and physically approves the release of 100 liters of fuel to the customer who has immediately prior actually paid for that fuel. Borrower-based facilities, I think, will come around in due course in the Ugandan market. It can be, it's also very fuel ring-fenced based on the commodity. And we also have that kind of financing with the upstream. So in the oil fields, once the fields are up and running and operational, the owners of the fields are actually able to access financing in advance of having the fuel and selling it on the basis of knowing the quality of fuel that's in the ground, knowing how much is coming out, knowing how much will be able to be sold. So as the track record is built for each individual field, and of course having quality field operators and equity contributors, the owners of the field and the fuel essentially are able to raise financing through these mechanics. Once they've established a track record, they have proven there's good access to market, their logistics work, their customers pay on time. And that can also be akin to another form of fuel financing called pre-export finance, which is similar in that the lenders are actually financing on the back of a future export of the fuel, which still has its risks of delivery and payment, but with enough of a track record and with the right quality partners, the confidence and comfort is achieved earlier. So it supports the continuous operations on the fields and enables a kind of working capital release so that the operators of the fields are able to fund the extraction activities as the product is going to market. Receivables finance, I think many people would be familiar with that in terms of I've sold a product to a party, they have 30 days, 60 days to pay me. I can approach a funding institution such as Stanbic and sell them the receivables. They will purchase the receivables from me, and they would then take some, not always all of the risk of my customer paying on time in 30 or 60 days. That again also helps the operators And in fact, it's very relevant also to smaller operators in the field, in that they're then able to access financing as they are operating and not having to raise high levels of working capital to pre-fund their activities and then still wait 30, 60, 120 days to be settled. It is a way to reduce the borrowing requirements of the counterparty. And I think there's some very established, again, documentation on this front. Although, again, different counterparties, different commodities, there are always bespoke situations and conversations as each opportunity arises. And then import financing, I think we're quite familiar. We can use any of the instruments we've discussed. We can use import letters of credit. We can use fuel-based, such as the collateral management facility. And we definitely expect to see quite a lot of more activity as fuel is exported and crude and refined products within the Ugandan context on these. Currently, the fuel traders and the distributors are the drivers of these kinds of the import of the fuel on a ring-fence basis for their own use and their own onward sale. So really, what is absolutely essential, and I think all lenders and legal minds on this session would certainly agree, another key aspect is insurance. I think not many of us could consider ourselves absolute experts around insurance, for the right kind of insurance, for the right product, the right financial product. And so we certainly would seek advice from insurance experts in order to ensure that the asset that's being constructed and will be operated under project financing, or the commodity that is being imported or exported, is fully insured to the extent it gives everybody comfort that if there is an incident, even a force of nature potentially, or a ship sinking in the sea, in the ocean during a typhoon, we as a group of funders would recover the funding, and it would enable us to continue to fund this kind of commodity and these kinds of projects. So insurance is probably, hadn't touched on it earlier, it is part of our spider web of legal contracts, absolutely essential to ensure that what everybody has funded becomes true, whether the asset is damaged or the product is somehow damaged. Essentially, everything else around it can remain as was planned for. I think this is really around oil and gas specifically. It's a kind of process chart around how the instruments, where the instruments are put in place to support contracts, supplier contract, offtake contract. Surely this is quite a simplified version. Ordinarily, there would be multiple off-takers. Potentially, there are multiple suppliers, potentially multiple banks funding the fuel. But really, we think this gives a good overview of an aerial view of the flow of documentation of expertise and funding as the commodity is flowing into the country or out. And here around the security, a lot of this is based on the contracts I've mentioned. It's based on security lenders would require, for example, over a collections account, which is quite standard. I'm sure you're all familiar with that, as well as quite a lot of emphasis, as we've said, on insurance, really, at every leg of the transportation supply chain. Here are some tools which equip all of us to continue to offer these products, for the beneficiaries of the products to continue to utilize them and access them. And really, where there are instances where things potentially go slightly awry, there are lessons learned, and these are implemented in future as we partner with lawyers and other experts and technical experts in order to ensure best practice is always followed. And then I have one more I think I would like just to touch on. And this really, I would say, is very relevant for, in fact, as we were discussing, the smaller participants in the market who are not multinationals and oil marketing companies. This for us apologies, I have the wrong pack. This for us is very relevant to the man on the street, the SMEs, small and medium enterprises, the individuals and small operators who are actually operating in the field, who are essentially an integral part of the supply chain in the oil and gas space. These are the service providers. These are the parties who are also procuring, not always fuel, but procuring equipment in order to service contracts in the Hoima region, in the Albertine Graben. So this is the type of financing that a lot of small SMEs and potentially sole proprietors would potentially have access to. And this is really around the risks, rights, responsibilities. A lot of the documentation supporting this is standardized. The Incoterms are quite well known for a kind of trade financing. But what is always bespoke is the counterparties, is where risk is transferred. And so it's something that we really consider from a commercial perspective. From the factory gate, and in our example, we could use a widget produced somewhere in Europe, for example, on the far right-hand side. From that factory gate onwards, some funding will have been provided to the factory owner to mobilize and produce the output from that factory. So if it's widgets, somebody along the rest of the supply chain would have had to fund down payments, mobilization, deposits. The work, physical work starts at the factory, use the widget, and immediately at factory gate, we start looking at where does ownership transfer. If I am buying this and I am based at the project site on the far left-hand side of the screen, I am the owner of the pipeline, or I am the owner of a construction project. When do I actually take legal ownership? At which point am I paying? I think the principles of a funder or an owner are fairly consistent to say, I would like to pay as late as possible, but I would like to receive the goods as soon as possible. And along the way, there are parties who need to be paid at least partially in order to continue to deliver under the commitments they've made. So we look at ownership. Where does it transfer? When does it transfer? Who is taking the risk post that transfer of ownership? Is there a middleman, should we say, between the factory producing the product and the ultimate owner on the far left-hand side of this diagram? Once it's who is responsible for the importation taxes and any other taxes due? If it's not paid, where do those legal rights reside? Can the goods, be claimed by tax authorities along the route? If there was changes of ownership, has it happened multiple times? Is it being fully registered on the right asset registers? Who is responsible for insurance? Who is responsible for demurrage? So really, these are essentially the risks and responsibilities that we seek to allocate appropriately from the minute that order is placed, the minute activity starts to service that order. And of course, when all of that has commenced, there will be funding required. So we look at, there are many importers who will do a large portion of this work on behalf of their customers, who would either be the exporters or the importers, the ultimate owners. Service providers. What is the quality of their service providers? How much risk do they take? If there's a delay at port, who pays the demurrage? Who's responsible? Is there a risk of goods in ports being claimed for any other tax purposes or regulatory purposes? I think we just have a brief summary here of the Incoterms, and these are standard. But as we've said, essentially each transaction involves a discussion around how these risks are allocated, when the risks transfer, who's paying what, when, at which point in time are responsibilities completely discharged and full rights and ownership then placed with the ultimate payor under these products. And this is really around the supply chain, the value chain, but it's the journey. Again, we look at that physical journey as we do with fuel as a commodity. This can, of course, apply to other types of goods, such as equipment and even vehicles and yellow metals and similar. Some of the products that are used, legal products, legal documents that are used to mitigate these risks are documented along the right-hand side. Letters of credit, standby letters of credit, importation letters of credit, performance bonds. These can be standardized. There are LMA standards. There are probably market standards in many domestic markets. When one is trading and corresponding with international counterparties, probably they would wish to follow more international standardized. There will always, again, be some bespoke aspects to these documents, depending on the counterparties and subject to the commercial negotiations around the product, the parties involved, the logistics, the price, etc. So I think, moderator, Sam, I think I've touched on the different funding options available. For us, I think we envisage very sizable projects being able to access the project finance, something like ECOP, which you don't have to be as big as ECOP to be able to access project finance, but that is a clear structure that could be implemented there and is being implemented there. When we talk about the people in Uganda who have other services to provide around oil development, around economic development as a result of GDP growth and all of the activity in certain areas of the country around that oil and gas, these types of instruments that we're demonstrating here, trade, shorter term working capital facilities, there's a lot more documentation around focusing on the funding of the products themselves and the goods, but it relieves some of the, shall we call it, light balance sheet pressure on small and medium business owners who don't have extremely sizable balance sheets and cash reserves. Yeah. So I think I'll pause there and ask for any thoughts, Chair and Sam, and any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Paula Coetzee. It's an interesting presentation, and it shifts one's mind and one's thinking as from your last comments. Depending on the entity and depending on the size of the project, Stanbic Bank has different packages available. For big entities, ECOP or tier 1 contractors, you can look at project financing. For tier 3, tier 4 contracts, you can look at structured trade and commodity financing. So for someone who has been given a contract to supply certain goods or certain services there, then he can opt to either have a structured trade or commodity financing, where by the commodity is the security, is the asset, and then it's collateralized with the collateral manager and the warehouse, and then depending on the receivables received, then the bank gives out instructions for certain volumes to be released to create that balance between value and the asset, which is brilliant in itself. But therein lies, the documentation lies a challenge. Quite a bit of paperwork. So many lawyers, very few lawyers have that 360 perspective of either project finance, very few actually project finance. Structured trade and commodity financing is equally limited. But it's in that space that they can actually operate. And I believe, how would Stanbic help cut part of this red tape? Because you have a challenge. Half the people with the contracts may be literate, cannot read and write, you have a legal issue there. But there's a service and there's a business that has to be done. How can Stanbic help cut some of that red tape to ensure that you're working hand in hand, as your motto says, it can be? it can be, as long as both parties have it, it can be. How does Stanbic want us? How does Stanbic hope it can be?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think from the perspective of Stanbic, we have a lot of experience in-house. We do have internal lawyers who have walked this walk in other countries, in other jurisdictions. What I would say at the outset, as I will bring it back to Stanbic specifically and maybe my portfolio also, is to say that in every country where there is a new economic development driver, the expertise is initially borrowed from those who have done this before. We've seen it, you could speak to project finance lawyers in South Africa now and say, oh, I've been doing project finance for 20 years. Not really. They've been doing it for about 10 because that's when the renewable energy program kind of kicked off. And prior, there were a few attempts, stop-start at PPPs. So what, for example, an example was in the first round of the renewable energy projects, we required offshore lawyers, experts to come in. And from the second round, we said, you're too expensive. You've already capacity built and we are now going with our own people. But there is that journey of learning and taking from those who have done this before and are seeing it, because some might have a more global perspective. They're seeing it in different countries, different things have led to success, different things have led to mistakes or failures. So I think it's an initial phase of borrowing from those who've done it before with a very clear path to not needing this. It's not an annuity income for them. It's not into perpetuity. They've got a brief period during which we will accept their help, request their support, and then post that, we will have built the capacity in country and in-house. From Stanbic's perspective specifically, we've got very experienced project finance lawyers, structured finance lawyers, structured trade. And so we, as an individual team, would definitely walk that journey with our customers. It's in nobody's best interests, except maybe some law firms, to rack up extremely high legal fees. And in fact, project financing is often the wrong structure for a smaller project because of legal fees, for no other reason. Because you're banking contracts, lenders want them to be completely airtight. And that just involves, you know, a project for $5-10 million doesn't warrant several $100,000 potentially of London or New York law firm fees. It just simply doesn't warrant it. And so lenders are saying we can't live without that if the project is too small. Therefore, you need to find, maybe commercial lenders would say maybe it's more of a DFI kind of project. And because, you know, for development mandates and similar. So I would say I would say we should make the best use of external expertise and experience with efficiency and very clear messaging that we will not be an annuity income for these quite expensive firms based abroad who have good insights.
Stanbic is running the incubator.
Yes.
And I believe it's one of the unique things that can not only bridge that gap in terms of expertise and local content and local capacity, but also help companies that are tier 2, and tier 3 and tier 4 suppliers who are looking for short-term financing over commodity-based to try and address their own internal structure governance issues to de-risk them.
Yes.
How best is the incubator built to address and guide Ugandan lawyers who want to actually understand more about it? Is it open to lawyers, or is it only open to goods and service providers? So can someone come in and say, I want to learn X and Y about this? Can companies that are getting into this space say, we need to be structured and we need to be guided to be able to meet the requirements of the bank, or even meet the requirements of the contractors who we are going to supply? How best is Stanbic and the incubator positioned towards that?
Thank you. So I think one of the strong messages we would like to deliver as Stanbic is that the incubator capacity building and knowledge sharing is not limited to Stanbic customers. So I can also add that to say too that it increases and improves the overall bankability of the small business owner or the SME in terms of standardization and not something bespoke to Stanbic's specific list of requirements. I think there is corporate governance, training and knowledge sharing. There is financial literacy, financial management, financial intelligence. There is some light legal insights around how to register companies, how to have a legal counterparty with whom parties can contract. It's been very, very successful in terms of having different communities, and I think we'll all appreciate initially the focus was the Hoima region and parties,
goods and suppliers,
goods and services who are subcontractors to subcontractors to Total and UNOC, etc. So I think we've picked from the pool that had actually a very focused area of opportunity arising with quite certain timelines. Once FID was announced or prior, we could see where the activity was coming. A lot of the overarching contracts had already been negotiated and all but signed, and people were starting to plan all the way down on their supply chain. So I think it's a very important aspect of what we are doing to drive the opportunity of financing across the country. And of course, we would like to finance those those partners of ours also. From a legal perspective, I think, there's no specific requirement on where people need to be based. We initially also focused on subsistence farmers from an agri perspective, because if they could put processes in place, governance processes in place, it would enable monetization, efficiencies, access to financing, access to legal minds around not only for example, registration. Even that is quite complicated for someone who's not a lawyer, registering at URSB, for example, never mind approaching the bank. So I think, I think it's definitely achieving our objective and mandate, and it is exponential, I think, in the influence and the positive influence, because what one man learns, he can also share with his neighbor in a less formalized setting. And I think where we came with the idea of the incubator prior FID some years back, and it was, it was very well thought through before implementation, was that what we called the lifespan of small businesses in Uganda was less than 3 years.
Yeah.
And with all the, the arable land, the product, the intelligence, the know-how, it simply wasn't being directed and navigated potentially in the right directions. And of course, as you said, without financing, how can one grow and continue to grow and coordinate and co-ops and similar? So really, that's one of the ways that we've gone maybe to the ground, to the end, almost the ultimate subcontractors and contractors in this entire economic development drive driven by the oil and gas.
To the last point you're looking at that you mentioned, the guy in Hoima, the person in Kampala who's trying to provide, is trying to make ends meet and cut a buck out of it. There's been talk about financing local content, the local content fund, raising money. Ministry of Finance doesn't have money to finance the local content fund. We're looking around, how is it going to operate? People are saying a certain percentage of the contract is ceded to the fund, yes, but we all know contracts have also a mandated 5% retention. So if 5% is being sent to the local content fund, 5% is retained, you have 10% of your contract locked up. That brings your costs, it becomes front-loaded in one way or another. And in that space, and in that gap, there is a space for Stanbic being, I believe, the largest domestic bank that we have here, to take up the reins that it did was and say, can we call other banks together to syndicate to create a fund to lend at less than what we currently lending at a commercial rate, but to these identified sectors and areas that we can work around. So it's a bridge between someone running through paperwork to go through corporate financing, someone saying, let me opt for structured trade and this, but if it's structured trade, how do I get the financing? If it's through the fund, at what competitive rate? Does Stanbic look at the issues? Does Stanbic look at itself? Is it in foresight saying, we might have to take the lead role and become a mandated lead arranger and bring other like-minded banks or equity or venture capitalists on board to create money to be able to access for service providers with running contracts, access money at a cheaper than less rate, but equally competitive enough to give a return. Does Stanbic look at itself going forward in that space?
I think we look at every opportunity to support the economy. We are working with the central bank on the One Farm financing, which is at subsidized rates. And we're an integral part of the implementation and the distribution and on lending of those funds. I think the question of whether any fund or portfolio could achieve lower cost financing than the individuals would have to be viewed on the basis of which kind of individuals would then make up the entire fund. I don't know if it's something that could be achieved in terms of lower cost than what individuals are receiving, because it's essentially taking those individuals ideally and putting them into a broader fund. Okay, there might be portfolio diversification benefits. I think we're always looking at ways to support, and to the extent funding is available cheaper, it would be, those benefits are passed on. And I think even central bank representatives that recently said, reminded us that when the rates move down, we move down straight. We don't delay and keep them where they could be. So from our perspective, we're here to support, but the costs to the banks are what they are. So there are other ways, I think, to support, which would be to support the bankability, to support from a governance perspective, which in due course will lead to access of funds. And then, you know, once that track record is established, cost of financing would ideally come down. Yeah.
Now, getting to that aspect, when you talk about the central bank saying, if the rates go down, if the rates go down, then you go down. It's an interesting concept, but you find the Fed, the IMF, everyone is saying the dollar is
only going up.
It's increasing its interest rate. This automatically means the cost. It's going to be, the cost of capital is going to be plus 1, plus 2. And within that, you have the foresight of 2023 and says we might slide into a bit of a recession. There's a recession. There's less than productivity in GDP in China with all this. And these are part of the huge markets that have a ripple effect on us. So as the banking sector, how well are we insulated to ensure that we can still have good competitive rates, interest rates to avail to these people? But of course, at the end of the day, at the end of the year, I expect Anjuko to go on TV and tell me someday is a good share for my shares in Stanbic. How are you prepared to try and address that issue with the challenges that we have within the economy and try and drive the sector forward?
I mean, I think one of the aspects that funders need to consider is whether risk increases because price has increased.
Okay, yeah.
And in some potential borrowers or some sectors in any country today, the risk of their operations and continuing ability to repay funding is going to be impacted. As certain luxury goods, for example, or not must-haves, even in country, become more expensive, there may well be fewer people purchasing, which drives a price increase, which drives fewer people purchasing. Even the cost of basic essentials is under, a lot of pressure. So there would be price points at which a customer is simply going to. We were discussing earlier this week, we stop eating bread, we go straight to cassava. Many people suggested that one. So I think it is our mandate to support the economy. And, Uganda is our home, we drive her growth. Costs that are imposed upon funders will be passed on. How we manage that and to what extent we can offer other benefits and efficiencies through cooperation and collaboration these are the things we are looking at even today and have been looking at. This year was quite a surprise for everybody, I think. So I think funders globally are playing catch up on how to continue to drive growth when risk profiles have changed of the borrowers and when the funding costs, they may well be too expensive for some, depending. Even some customers and participants in the market in, for example, consumer goods production or importation, some of those parties are able to pass those cost increases through. Some are not. They will weather the storm, earn lower margins. We would talk to them about it to understand why their margins are low. Will it impact their ability to repay us? Does it become a knock-on effect all through the economy? Mm-hmm. And these are questions and conversations everybody is having with their funders to say, if I pass the full cost through for this certain product, nobody will buy it. Mm-hmm. And then it impacts my revenue anyway, right? And my profit. And yes, and you can shut down that portion of the factory because that's now mothballed, the white elephant. So it's an interactive discussion between funders, owners, external parties. There's still an enormous amount of interest from outside Uganda to come in, fund contractors, new products, looking at consumer and retailers, looking for opportunities. So I think people are viewing this as it's a short-term glitch, blip. There's still a very much medium-term, longer-term attraction for FDI and private sector investment in the country. But I think people are having different conversations now than they will be having in 2 years' time.
In light of the same and your banking experience, you're then going to find venture capitalists and equity partners coming in and offering facilities to the same market that you're looking at less than what the commercial bank is doing. That then poses a challenge to the commercial bank because someone is coming and taking a good chunk of your cake.
Yeah.
Then you have to rethink your strategy. Are you still going to go through corporate financing that looks at your ability and your asset base, that is your security? Or are you going to look at the BFFs? Are you going to look at import financing? Are you going to look at receipt collections and that? Or user collateral management? From a banking perspective, should the banks think you have different packages? And I'm just picking off the ones that you have looked at. Should banks think more out of the box than the old system of banking of I have my land title, then I'll use it based on the value of the land title, I'll get it. And if I blink, then my house is gone and I'm on the street. How are you trying to create that balance to ensure that the customer can continue doing business and survive, but also the balance of this, the bank and the shareholders can actually get a return to it and safeguard your market from the huge venture and equity capital that we experience, that we hope that is coming in. It's trickling in, but slowly because of the projects and their appetite yet. But when hopefully mid next year, I believe when now that we have the first rig in Kingfisher up, and the rest begin to come online, you're going to have a flow of income or interest in financing of this. That then you have you might have now a radical competition within commercial banks and foreign foreign investment coming in. That becomes a challenge. How is the bank prepared to hedge and absorb that shock?
So as you're speaking of the potential equity and venture capitalists, I'm also thinking of vulture capitalists. So we're always here to share ideas to protect our current customers and future customers from that kind of potential exploitation, because oftentimes this funding at good costs comes with high risks of losing the business.
You lose the business.
Yeah. I think the other is to say that and I'll speak for Stanbic, but generally commercial lenders are quite happy to partner with other sources of financing. It helps us diversify the risk in our books. Even some smaller projects, we potentially would like to have someone alongside with us, or larger, we would not always go to our high, single obligor limit for a specific borrower. It's good to have other minds around the table. It enables us to then participate actually in more projects with the pool of funding available to us. I think where Stanbic and our local partners have some advantage is local currency funding. Very few from offshore can offer that, and if they do, they would partner with the likes of ourselves. Yeah. I think from a foreign currency funding perspective, if the cake is also there to be shared. If we and what will help actually any economy come out of the imminent recessions in many European countries and the US etc. is that maybe now is the right time for equity investment with the support of lenders, and maybe for some of the borrowers you can raise more debt in the coming few years because you've got the right equity partners in now who have a higher risk appetite.
Yes.
And there will be a price to that. But that's why I think for us it's important to say not only is there a menu of debt products available to you, but you should also consider equity options. And certainly, we're around, we talk to our customers at all levels throughout the bank, including sole proprietor, one-man subsistence farmers up country. If people are seeking to consider their options, I consider that we would give fair advice. And one thing would be to say, not every business is at the right time in its gestation period for high gearing or leverage on a debt front. Yeah.
So you would look and advise some of the companies that are reasonably placed in terms of the governance structure and the management to obtain some of this financing through equity, seeding off part of the equity to get equity funding, because that actually becomes cheaper. Then also the flip side of it is with the equity funders, equity financing that come in, you get a bit of technology and a bit of management improvement and structure that help build you internally. Is Stanbic also looking at that kind of space through its incubator and saying, can we marry some equity venture capitalists with some entities who have what it takes but need to be restructured or need to be given that jolt, that kick in the butt and said you need to wake up and look at it in this option, rather than them sink from one loan from one bank, so you end up shopping loans from one bank, buying off debt.
That looks the same.
Yeah. But I'm telling them to rethink that. But then that also comes to Stanbic. Is there a mind shift within Stanbic Bank from the old school corporate financing to the different packages and the different dynamics of it? Because everyone still thinks if I go to the bank, I need to have this and that, which also then impacts on what the lawyers are going through and shifting lawyers' minds and saying we should think different the way we address banks and the way we address debt and the way we advise to transaction advisors with a 360 perspective of it. What would be your take?
I would say that, in fact, lenders will be more encouraged by having equity and more equity in a business. It's a risk sharing as well as you say, it's a vested interest. It's more parties with a different risk profile who have the same objective, which is to keep the business up and running and growing at good margins and building the customer base and delivering, good product. So it's even more partners to work with on an individual business basis. I would say that I think every day we wake up thinking, how can we help our customers? If we can't physically write that check today, are there other ways in which we can help them? And I think you will know from my various stakeholders who speak publicly about these matters, we do our utmost to reduce the cost of lending to the neck from what we raise in the markets to our customers. But your stakeholder, your shareholder, it's not feasible to run at a loss or no margin or the lights will go out. Yeah. So I think for us, we're very open to those conversations, and certainly if we're approached, we would make introductions, and I would think stay part of that conversation, because there are different periods in the lifetime of a business. We've had, some of our customers wanted to raise debt financing this year, and when markets have done what they've done, they've said, but many have not said we'll cancel this idea. I think they were waiting for things to settle and then assess, if my little shop will now cost me X to stock, can I sell it at that price? Or X to build, can I recover the cost of building my, a small shop from the price I expect to be able to charge in the market? So it's quite an individual conversation because of what people are selling, what their role is in the market. Can you pass through the costs of, avocados and mangoes above a certain threshold and retain those customers? But we're very, very open to making introductions, staying part of the conversation, if welcome and when welcome. I think I would hope we would have very helpful insights. And, the whole world is going through this in some form. And so it's for all of us really to support each other and learn together.
Quite interesting. So for the lawyers out there who are thinking about getting into transaction advisement on this, what would be your guide or your take home to them in them rethinking where they are? Someone has probably finished a law development center, has graduated from Mukono University, then LLM in oil and gas and things. I've reached the pinnacle of it. How then would you advise someone and say, this is what the banking sector offers, this is what financing offers, and there's a variety that they can tap into, because half of them do not understand. I think a third of the discussion regarding structured trade and that, half of them are still bleak and are going to eagerly wait for your slides to begin thinking out of the box. What is it that you can quickly offer and tell them, this is a guide on how one can actually rethink their practice or rethink their career guidance from just running to court and pushing paper and litigation to actually sitting and saying, how do I add value to a business? Because my own take is, if you add value to your client's business and your client's business then grows, then that means you grow with him in his business. What would be your take?
I think definitely I would like to reiterate that we're around as Stanbic to have these conversations with lawyers, with anyone, with their customers, to offer the options. And as the market evolves, there will be even more, as you say, of these equity investors and the financial, what do they call it? The lazy money that's sitting somewhere in, Asia is looking for a home. We keep getting told how much money is out there to invest in Africa. We're welcoming. Yeah. And I think probably I would say that when it's all about risk and risk allocation, so the documentation and where the legal minds are essential, is to capture a commercial position such that all parties are clear on what has been agreed, and it's clear to third parties in the event everything goes well or things do not go well. So if you take that step back and say, beyond my contracting expertise and my legal know-how per this act and section 23A under this act, allow me to put my mind into the mind of a lender, an equity sponsor, who some of whom will not be involved in the business management, others would be, and put myself in their position and identify what are the risks to their money going out and not coming back in, as well as the owners, in fact. And when one has, it's kind of, for me, I'm doing it every day with the same kind of mindset. But once one starts thinking about, now, if I were to thinking about building a hotel somewhere up country, if I'm the owner, what are my risks? Is it construction risk only? How do I help my client mitigate construction risk? A good construction contract, and you help them select a good counterparty. If it's the customers, advise that they speak to the right specialists in all areas. What is the market? What is tourism market looking like? What will temporary or permanent accommodation look like in Hoima? Yeah. For me, it's around supporting with legal, which is a skill the audience has. Yes. But being able to put yourself in the mind of everyone in that value chain.
Of the project and the value chain along it. Yeah. To mitigate it. So you've had it. It can be done. You can improve on your level of education and your knowledge of structured trade, commodity financing, trade finance, project financing from Stanbic. For the lawyers who are out there who want to think and jump into transaction advisement, you can pop into the incubator, enroll and open your mind. Think about it. It's not about notice of motions, chamber summons and plaints and demand notices that you're going to send out. It's about how do you add value to your client? And if you add value to your client's business, then that means your client's business grows. That means your paycheck will grow. And it can be done if you work hand in hand with Stanbic. And we thank you very much, Stanbic, for the presentation and the enlightenment and the foresight into it. Those who are into the oil and gas space was goods and service providers. You've had the different array of packages that they're offering for those who are into the tourism, those who are into supplying goods and services. You can look at commodity financing, you can look at import financing, you can look at receivables, you can look at collateral management agreements and that structure, you can look at BBFs. And these are things tailored well by the bank to suit your needs, to address your end user and your contractor, your supplier's requirements. That will then lead to a bit of money in your pocket, and then we can achieve our local content requirements and objective of transforming the company and using this resource. So thank you, Paula Coetzee, for the insight and the brilliant presentation. Thank you very much. We hope to get access to the slides, and those who have been part and interested in it can get in touch with the Uganda Law Society and get access to the same. I believe they can walk into the bank and probably have a one-on-one chat with you and the rest of the people in the legal department to help guide them through it. There is Madame who unfortunately has elected not to declare her interests herself, but she was accompanied by the head of the oil and gas desk. If you were polite to say hello.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here and listening into the wealth of knowledge that Paula, my colleague, has had to share. And thank you for listening and looking forward to future partnerships, meet you at the incubator and the bank. Thank you.
So in the event that you're looking at investment international banking, Paula Kotse will be your contact person. If you're looking at unique the Uganda oil and gas sector, then you'll be looking at you'll be closely looking at Madam Kayemba Victoria, who will guide you through this. She's well versed in the oil and gas sector, and she understands the local content aspect of it from a unique perspective of a Ugandan driving a Ugandan agenda, and it can be done and it's possible. So thank you, Madam Victoria Kayemba, for your time and your presence. And I believe the members of the Ugandan Law Society will come looking at you specifically in respect of value addition in terms of the incubator and understanding how they can benefit from the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're good to go.
Yeah, very well. I came ready for 11, sorry. And that you are over taxes, so.
No. Your is trying to streamline itself. So I believe they're
What am I doing? Just a second. So you went to it. Okay.
give me the signal. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a 4 minutes health break, and then we'll be back. And don't go away. Next is Mr. Frank Tumusime. He's a managing partner of Tumusime and Company Advocates. He's a specialist who has a huge part in climate change and environmental issues, and seeing what's happening in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt over the COP27. It would be an interesting thing, picking his brain on how we can position ourselves to have a zero carbon footprint if possible, and drive the sector to achieve what its desires were set out for in the laws. So let's take a health break for 5 minutes, and then we'll reconvene again and have Mr. Frank Tumusime give us his presentation of climate change and the current trends and the way forward from a Ugandan perspective. Thank you very much.
First, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed. When you get up every day to work in the same industry and stay the course, that's drive. In our rapidly changing world, if you choose to upgrade your skills in a new industry, that's determination. Stay out of your comfort zone and take a leap in Uganda's most budding industry, the oil and gas industry. But first, you need to have certified skills. Join the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, a private institute leading the way in the delivery of world-class education, research and training in petroleum and energy studies in East Africa. Learn from highly qualified industry experts and gain international experience. Discover your new passion in a new field and dare to succeed.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As I said earlier, before we went into the health break, we dive directly into climate change. And with us we have Frank Tumusiime of Tumusiime and Company Advocates, a renowned climate change enthusiast, who is going to walk us through not only the global trends towards it, but what it spells for Uganda's extractive industry, oil and gas, the Albertine Graben. We know the route of the pipeline. We know where the CFS are supposed to be. We know where the fields are within a rich, unique ecosystem, and any ping pong has a disastrous effect. If you have a blowout, and then you have pollution into Lake Albert, it goes down to Sudan, to Egypt. There's that interest. If you have an underground blowout, then you have challenges to the ecosystem, the environmental, wildlife, the fauna, so many things. But then you have this fat elephant called climate change, and with the changing in temperatures and seasons, and that equally affecting the migration of birds, animals, that then has a bearing to our tourism. The knock-on effect is huge, that we cannot think oil and gas, the discussion of oil and gas can comfortably happen without a discussion in respect to the environment and in respect to climate change. And at that point, I would like to invite Mr. Frank Tumusiime to walk us through his presentation and enlighten us on something new. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to add that I'm a policy researcher and a lot of litigation in the natural resource sector. So, but let me first make a bit of distinction because I know climate change and environmental pollution sometimes can be mingled and have some bit of relevancy, although not so similar. So the right to a clean and healthy environment under Section 39 refers to environmental conservation, restoration, and protection. In other words, you can see environmental restoration, conservation, or you can allege a breach of a right to health environment by look of your eyes. It is something you can see, just like a mission, compared to a mission. So it's a function of the eyes, whereas climate change is a matter of, call it the right to a stable climate, a right to a stable atmosphere, and the atmosphere is interfered with by greenhouse gas emissions. The primary greenhouse gas emissions are three. You have carbon, you have methane, and then nitrous oxide. So before even going to my slide, you're so acquainted with the landslides in Bududa. You're so acquainted with the bursting of river banks and the locust invasion in the Mosque that came from the Horn of Africa, the recent flooding in Pakistan, in Sudan, and of course the hurricanes and the melting of the glaciers. So let me go straight to this presentation is a bit, I've tried to structure some bit of both. The next slide, please. So, given its width, the next slide. Yes, given its width, I've tried to just make a few, some bullets to touch on each bit of everything. What matters in my view is the idea, then the rest we can, as always, research and grow. The international perspectives on the right to stable climate, the domestic perspective, the climate change litigation, methods of proof, and how do you apportion climate liability, the emerging principles by courts in Europe and America. Then climate action by African countries, the reality, the truth and facts. Then alternatives, policy alternatives, mitigation and adaptation. So let's go to the next slide, sir. It is virtually, but even before this, you know, the universe is 14.8 billion years old. Is that greenhouse gas emissions started around the 1800s. And so we have the world and we also have Earth. The Earth has no problem. It is the world, I'm speaking about the economic, the governance, the legal systems, the scientific and industrial systems that introduce impurities and therefore change the Earth or the world. So you notice that from as old as the universe was, there wasn't much to report and talk about, but until later on when human activities grew, that changes were noticeable, especially since the 1800s. And so the long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns can be traced from the 1800s. And you see there'll be variations in solar cycles, and that's, you see drought, you see flooding and all that. But human activities are primarily the cause. And then the topic for today, the fossil fuels industry, coal, burning of coal, oil, gas, and cement industry contributes 71% of all the greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. You want to ask for the source, refer to the carbon measures report. Also refer to the recent report on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And even the UN reports, they all give you this fact. And in terms, legally speaking, climate change is strict liability. We shall see later, you don't need to ask for proof, it is scientific. I remember one time in a climate litigation class, I asked, trying to challenge the scientists in the US, how can you prove using my criminal and all that law? They looked at me and simply looked to the other side. But later on, I learned that you cannot deny it. It is scientifically there. Judicial notice, in other words. So, so today you have the Earth warmer, and the last decade, that is 2011 to 2020, was the warmest. So, but of course, because the Earth is a system where everything is connected, and the Earth axis as it rotates, if you remember the other atlas in primary 4, 5, 6, whenever it rotates, it means that climate change is it transcends. It cuts across, so it doesn't matter whether you're the biggest contributor or smallest contributor, we're impacted. That's why our brothers and colleagues in Bududa, and sisters rather, are also impacted, yet they are not doing any activity. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so these are some of the key effects and vulnerabilities I've been talking about. The hot weather patterns, changing rainfall patterns, worsening human health. This is mostly brought about by when there's too much heat, then there's a lot of growth of vectors. And I'm talking about that cause disease. That's they grow and multiply in hot environments. They then lower crop yields. Then, of course, normally the climate refugees, because you're displaced, you go away. And today it is estimated that the climate change will create about 1 billion refugees worldwide. And that is out of 8 billion entire population. That's too much. And then water scarcity, you know that the Horn of Africa, this is its 5th year, and that is in very acute drought because of climate change, then severe fires that normally, because of you have respiratory challenges and problems because of severe fires, inhaling, all that, the rising sea levels that you've seen, flooding in most of, especially in the eastern part of the US and most. So those are but above all, this is day-to-day work that has an overall impact on GDP, I mean the goods and services and functions of a country like Uganda, and also food security. You might want to remember how much we spent on locusts invasion. How much has been spent on Bududa, and many more in Kasese and all that. So it impacts on our daily lives. In fact, climate change, no one is immune. In one way or the other, we're all impacted and affected. So I think this is go to the next slide. I've already spoken about this. Yeah, so this, you see how fossil fuel companies and their products, we're speaking about downstream, upstream, up to it. If it's petroleum, it is up to the vehicle you drive to work, all those emissions and contributions. They have contributed more in the last 28 years than the last 237 years. And there's a report, just I didn't include that slide, that you see during the COVID pandemic, the rate of greenhouse gas emissions went down tremendously by about not sure the percentage, but it really, really went so down, meaning that human activities are the cause. And the science is there, and the satellites are there to trace and see the anthropogenic, substances. So we have currently, the target is to go way below that 200 degrees Celsius, preferably 1.5. And there are some, excuse me, sir, go to the next. And there are some international frameworks and conventions that have tried to formalize these arrangements. As back as 1994, you have the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Having then 1994, we're talking about almost 20 years now. I'm not sure, yeah. By then, the science was already emerging. So there was a need to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic human-induced interference with the climate system. So that convention came into place, and around that time, you remember, even 1992, by then, the Kyoto Protocol, then the Convention on Biodiversity, they all went together. And even now, the discussion on the Conference of the Parties does not always leave out the Biodiversity Convention and the Kyoto Protocol, because in a way, they are related. But there came the Paris Agreement, and this is an agreement in itself, it's not a convention, meaning it's legally binding. And I think 196 parties, including China and the US, who later rejoined, they had backed out. It has been in force since November 2016. So under the auspices of the Paris Agreement, there's a commitment to keep, the rise in global temperatures below 2 degrees and strengthening ability to adapt to climate change and build resilience and align finance flows towards reducing greenhouse gases. Those three objectives are actually our key talking point. Can we keep the rise in global temperatures well below 2 degrees? Does Uganda or Africa, East Africa for that matter, have that ability to adapt to climate change and build resilience? Do we have the financial, the technical abilities? Those are the questions we shall talk down there with some data and some discussions. So the Paris Agreement works in a 5-year cycle whereby every country has to submit its plans called national determined contributions on how to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. You submit the next slide, sir. And so there has been a framework, the Enhanced Transparency Framework, whereby countries will have to report transparent on actions taken and progress in climate change mitigation adaptation measures. But of course, you notice that the monitoring, the enforcement of some of these commitments is something also to talk about. So, but this Paris Agreement has sparked low carbon solutions. New markets and entities are establishing carbon neutral targets, the zero carbon solution, and especially in the transports and energy sector. At least Uganda is also striving to go to, I think it's the Kira EV, the non-motorized buses. So currently, that's the discussion. The 3 questions we answered or we asked above are the same questions still to be addressed by the Conference of Parties in Egypt. The moderator used, I know it is Sham, the other second name, Sharm el Sheikh, yeah. Currently, those are the same questions. In pursuance of the the United Nations Framework Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement. So you have world leaders, ministers, negotiators coming together, scientists coming together to jointly address climate change and its impacts in Egypt at the moment. Next slide. So Uganda is not left behind. 2021, we enacted the Climate Change Act. It is good that we all look at it. And it's intended to give effect to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement, precisely. And there's a creation of framework strategy on climate change, as well as a national action plan and district action plans. There's trading mechanisms, private responsibility for private entities enshrined in the law. And then Section 26, speaking about climate litigation and being able to bring a case before the High Court, an individual private entity, where there's an action or mission that threatens or is likely to threaten efforts towards adaptation and mitigation of climate change. So there's notwithstanding proof that the act has caused or is likely to cause personal harm or injury. This is what I was speaking about. This is borrowed from the science, undeniable science that is available. It is difficult to deny climate change in court. You can actually note from my experience in other litigations in other jurisdictions. It is rather mitigation, adaptation, and pleading. I imagine if I were Uganda, I would plead that I don't have money to put in this question, and probably even political and economic questions will come in, ability to afford and mitigate. But you wouldn't deny that there's no climate change. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so as I was speaking about the juridical perspectives, jurisprudence is emerging through litigation, especially in Europe and North America. To my knowledge, I think we've only had one climate change litigation here. Oh, there's another one that is about to be complete. Yeah, I think I know one in Bali High Court. It's about to be complete. But here is what, for example, the Supreme Court of the Dutch Supreme Court in Netherlands is saying. This was, it's talking about the duty of the state in a case that was filed on behalf of about 900 citizens. They are claiming that government has a duty of care to protect its citizens against looming dangers. The appeal went on up to Supreme Court because the lower court in 2015 had really held in affirmative on the duty of the state. And the Supreme Court is also saying that you have a duty to cut greenhouse gas emissions by at least 25%, or at least within the Paris Agreement, the Paris Accord. And as I was saying, you cannot deny, but sometimes you need to ask yourself, yes, you file and get a judgment, and then the national budget is speaking of allocations here and there, and then when you look at the national budget allocations to NEMA and the Climate Change Department, then that will tell you whether government has either the ability and later on the will. But as we'll see, according to the Paris Accord and all that, the money is supposed to come from the developed world, the key polluters. We'll see later on. The other second case, this is now a US case, is canvassing the right a climate system capable of sustaining human life, that it is too fundamental and to a free and ordered society. Any anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, no matter how minor, contribute to an increase in CO2 levels in the atmosphere and therefore hazardous to the atmosphere. Let's go, sir. Yeah, so, but the other question, as we were saying, for me, to my mind, and maybe to most of us, how do you attribute or how do you prove liability? So the courts have developed certain rules and they're still developing. And these are just to enable you go read if you're interested. But there's that rule, the indivisible injury rule, where two or more events cause a single indivisible injury. A defendant who in part contributes to the injury can be held accountable for the entire loss. We're speaking about if, for example, we know that 71% of the contributors are extractive companies. So they still need to ask how much is each of them contributing. So we have, when you research deeper, there are those 100 top emitters. And these are oil companies, by the way. But of course, we need to know that they have so far put in place, I think Total Energies, for example, is driving a campaign to really go green and clean energy. I think, and Shell started it long ago, I think about 5 years ago. But if you read deeper, you see that initially the extractive companies were in denial until they have come up to say, look, we must be involved. So there's another one, product liability doctrine. Manufacturers, distributors, and suppliers, retailers who make products available to the public are held responsible for the injuries and harm those products cause. Then go next. There's also others like the market share liability. How much does each of the companies, how much market do you control? The market share of each defendant. Then there are those theories, identification or discovery of defendants involved, commingled product theory. There are also many, like 1,000. So you can see there's a lot of expertise and science involved. It's really a matter of science that you have the alternative liability, enterprise liability, and many more that the courts, especially in the US and Europe, have invoked. Quite a number of cases coming up. If you Google the right to a stable atmosphere, you see all these principles emerging. Let's go next. Yeah, but then let's go back to policy perspectives and realities on the ground. We are initially asking about the financial and technical ability of most African states. For example, East Africa needs about $4.2 billion to implement mitigation programs. If you check the IGAD reports and all that. But we know that we're already choking on debt. For example, the debt to GDP ratio is well over 50%. That is East Africa. But I think Uganda is now, I think, at 53%. So we are struggling with our domestic and foreign debt, and then the cost of adaptation and mitigation. Where will that money come from? And then, but you know that the world's poorest and most vulnerable communities are the ones at the front lines of climate crisis. Although they don't contribute to this, very good example is the people in the Buddha and then Somalia and Ethiopia, the drought scourge over there. They are not producers, they don't contribute to greenhouse gases, but they are the worst hit by floods, by drought, by pests, by locusts and all that. So in other words, the biggest contributors are under duty to provide this money, because if you really see the debt to GDP ratio, we don't have the money. But also we must be mindful of the need for economic growth through extraction of vast natural resources in Africa. We still, I think we have about 40% contribution to the extractive natural resource extraction share. And the alternative and utility argument is that we need to grow. We need to explore, we need to grow to socioeconomic transformation and many more infrastructure setup and all that. And you've probably heard of this current debate. A few weeks ago, 1 or 2 weeks ago, the EU Parliament trying to stop the ECO. And it's now, I think, backtracking on they are actually constructing pipelines over there. I'm forgetting which one in Europe, and I think one in the US. Pipeline. Oh yeah, thank you. And then is Mr. Hamels, yeah, the NORAD pipeline. But then we cannot have a pipeline here. So those are some of the dynamics. Is it because they give us the money? But is it? So there's need to balance the scales. But you see, also we need to be mindful that climate change-related droughts and floods have worsened electricity outages. Hydropower generation has reduced, and there's too much reliance on diesel plants now. For example, I think in Kenya, most cement manufacturers are resorting to coal as a reliable and cheap source, but you know that there's also opposition of the Lamu coal project in Kenya. So we need to look at this, excuse me, sir, next. We need to really look at these perspectives realistically and make informed choices. How about the reporting mechanisms? Are they fluid? Are they transparent? Because you have the big companies and actually even the biggest contributors, the governments, they greenwash. You know, greenwashing, you communicate and market an idea, advancing ecological arguments, you package it in that ecological responsible way, but you don't look behind. For example, electric cars, how are they produced? The chain of production. Yes, the origin of these, of the electricity that charges the batteries, recycling, the lithium ion batteries, what they have environmental other reasons. So we need to really look at the entire value chain other than simply, you know, smearing it as, oh, we're now going electric. But how does the manufacturing come into place? Right from the mine in Congo, in you know, the critical minerals necessary for energy transition, and all those footprints we need to trace, not just look at the production of, you know, smart and clean technology, but look at the source. So, yeah, so these are the aspects I was thinking about, the challenges that the fossil fuel projects that are facing, you know, pressure and challenges, especially in Africa. But we know that the population in Africa is well meant to exceed 2 billion by 2040. And so there's a need to double power supply. But we don't have the money or the scale or the potential of investment in renewable energy is still low. So renewable energy in its own initial investment is actually so expensive. And so is it the right time to do away with fossil fuels? Should we regulate? Should we leave it on the ground? Should we go on? Up to what point? But we already have laws in place, the Climate Change Act and all that, and national commitments or national determined contributions. So there's a lot of economics and conservation issues there. So now let's go to adaptation and adaptation to climate change. So virtually adaptation, you're adjusting in your ecological, social, and economic systems. You're changing your behavior and ways of life. The biggest, you've heard of recent launch of a satellite. So it is a milestone in adaptation to climate change. And this is how it is. It enhances the early detection and early warning. So, for example, when the data from satellites, it helps us look into the future up to 12 months ahead. So you use it to analyze, for example, soil texture and moisture, and you predict that locust feeding grounds well ahead, because you see the soil where locusts are feeding, the satellite is able to tell the traces 70 days in advance. and the possibility, the chance is 90% probable that the satellite will help us in this. So in other words, that is one form of adaptation, and I think for me, this has been a positive step into investing in artificial intelligence and technology, and then securing locations of infrastructures and other facilities. Once you're able to tell the soil texture that is prone to mudslides and all that, then do not go there because you're running a decided risk. Then restoration and reforestation, because we know forests are carbon sinks. So we, and as much as possible, have to really reforest, and as much as possible, don't use eucalyptus, but the other species. And then, of course, involve ourselves in protection of forestry. We need to really come up as lawyers when it comes to forest destruction. And you don't have to go to court, but send an opinion to the National Forest Authority or to NEMA and say, look, the environmental impact assessment did not canvass climate change aspects. Yet you know that this forest is able to capture a number of 1,000 million or 1 billion cubic carbon, metric tons. So, and there's science to determine that each square meter, each acre, for example, forest cover has the ability to capture a certain number of, carbon metric tons. And that, of course, helps you if, let's say, you're handling litigation to assist the court in coming up with the damages to do, because now you equate it in money terms, looking at restoration, because what was lost, the moment a tree is cut, carbon goes back to the atmosphere. That is the whole thing. So what was the damage caused? How did it contribute to drought? How did it contribute to scarcity, food scarcity, and many more displacements? There's a way, in other words, I'm speaking about the new forms of valuation of services and functions, ecosystem services and functions, contrasted to the traditional way of assessing damages of breach of contract that can help a judicial officer or a lawyer in asking a certain level of, compensation and restoration. These are principles that are already now in Section 5 of the National Environment Act, economic instruments, evaluation of ecosystem services and functions that you can explore and look at. So, go to the next slide. Then mitigation, it means avoiding and reducing emissions of heat, trapping greenhouse gases. So precisely, mitigation attends to the causes of climate change, and adaptation addresses the impacts. So for example, the mitigation, you shift to renewable energy and sustainable land use. Renewable energy sources, you have solar, you have use less generators, emit carbon and all that. And then each industry should be able to assess and report its contributions to greenhouse gas emissions. But the process and system is fluid, and but if there was transparency in reporting, and then report what you're producing, and then how you plan to transform, it will work better. Then I think for me, there should be caution on new investments in fossil fuel-based power generation, but probably not in Africa. That is debatable. Although even in Africa, the impacts are the same as in Europe and America, but from what I can see following discussions, it will be difficult to stop African countries from asking them to keep the oil, especially underground. And of course, the like goes to minerals and limestone production for cement and all that. But we can still concentrate on wind, solar, geothermal, and other zero carbon technologies. Next slide. Yeah, even it seems, okay. Yeah, even the mode of construction has to change. the way design of structures has to change. Then research and development in zero emissions. We've heard of the satellite is a good example. Synthetic green fuels, going to the hydrogen economy. There's this shift to more health and sustainable diets. This is, cows, those who keep cows, when they produce methane through the gas that comes out of their and it's actually, and methane is one of the potent greenhouse gases. So there's been an argument, can reduction, and I think there's now temptation to research in inventing artificial beef, to use in burgers and all that. Although, yes, it's been, the debate has been on for a decade now, but I think it's going to that level. But the other day I saw Bill Gates saying, you see, that will not reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So should we also now reduce the number of cattle we are crazy? Those are questions to see. The reality is really of climate change. What works and what doesn't work in the Ugandan, East African perspective. Yes. So less cattle ranching, we reduce some beef consumption, feed grain crops and all that. Yeah. So next slide. Yeah, as I said, we have an export potential of non-weather-rated sources, hydrocarbons, coal, in view of the global advocacy and all that. So, but we know I've been speaking about Africa in general, because Africa as a continent accounts for only 3% of the cumulative global CO2 emissions. Yet it's been bundled into the global bracket of energy transition targets with developed economies and highest estimates. And we see that we need about $2.8 trillion to achieve the net zero by 2050. High investment levels. Excuse me, sir, please. So where is this money coming from? Yet we still have a lot of unexplored, and we really want to grow. So these are things, these are figures you need to think as you advise, because climate change now has to be integrated even into a normal banking loan, in a sense that if you've not projected that the vagaries of weather into a loan you're issuing to, for an agriculture project, for example, then there's trouble. Because now there's a lot of uncertainty. You might get too much torrential, or you might get no rain. So insurance, contracting, you need to insure against all this, plan ahead for this. I hope there are now products for that, maybe. But at least I think I've seen, I think, a country that has started. Yes, sir, go next. So, but there are incentives to emission reduction, especially for business. You see, the risk to existing product lines and opportunities for new products. The point is that we have to follow, the global wave has taken over and you can't avoid it. If you really want to do business and access financing, then you must go that way. Even for corporate reputation purposes, even in the supply chain management, even the work morale and customer morale, you'll be blacklisted, and all sorts of comments might impact your business. And aligning to future markets, especially if you're transforming to hydrogen and green economy. But also it helps us in technological readiness and leadership. You position yourself early, like how we are going satellite and many more other artificial intelligence, GIS mapping, all that. So let's go. Yeah, so in my conclusion is that climate change is real. and everyone is affected. You might be in Kampala thinking you're not impacted, but you might have noticed that since 2011 or 12, the heat waves have been a bit tricky. And I think this month, the last 2 weeks have been abnormally, although not all heat is a result of climate change, but in many ways, the country's GDP is impacted, so resource allocation is affected, food security, health, and many more. And of that, once the economy is not doing well, then it will spill over to us, the lawyers, our ability to earn. So there's a need to understand climate change, science, and it's natural. It's natural because it concerns us as humans who are part of this Earth system and as big contributors to the climate change. You must look at the Earth as, there's this saying that if humans disappeared for just 1 month, come back and find the Earth and nature as good, as vibrant as it used to be. And then if the Earth just perished, just stopped production and ran dry for a week, we would all not be there. So who wants the other? So that's another big debate, but we need to really commit towards preservation of Mother Earth and also the right to stable climate. But technology and deployment of artificial intelligence are key in transforming our energy and land use systems. The use of location intelligence, geospatial tools for mapping, planning, and analytics, proficiency in GS mapping, remote sensing, and all that. Probably it's now time to even change and concentrate on these and redefine the modules in the higher institutions of learning and all that. Because clearly this is a real danger that we must confront in all ways. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank, for that brilliant, interesting insight into climate change, the environment, and bring it down from international conventions and obligations and responsibilities to the minute level of how do we handle the recent setting of the launch of the satellite. How can we tap into these new technologies to lead up into to meet our carbon zero obligation? But as people sit in Sharm el-Sheikh, there seems to be a departure, if you can borrow from the president's sentiments. And from your slides, if Africa contributes 3% of global warming or global CO2 emission, where we put as the front runners as people who are degrading the environment. You have more wildfires in Australia, in the US, than you have in Africa. Yes, you'll have floods in Africa, but the heat waves in Europe actually claim more lives than the floods that you hear. So is there departure from what actually people are pushing and what is actually a reality on the ground? Because it seems people are seated in offices and conferences and love talking about it, but the realities are very few people actually getting their hands dirty in doing the actual work. And they want Africans to do the actual work, yet we are contributing less. Basically, the story they seem to paint is Africa is leading in pollution. And yet in the realities, it is the least polluter.
Yes, Africa is the least polluter, but I think for me, with the financing mechanism in climate change, it seems the developed world is reducing Africa into a dump of greenhouse gases because they are saying you don't have money. So do this, put in place emission reduction mechanisms. have these targets reduced to this level by putting, let's say, planting a certain acreage of forest in place, and we give you money. And for as long as we are not self-sustainable in terms of a budget support, and we have never been historically able to explore our rich resources, and we're still begging, then they will dictate. They will dictate. And for example, Rwanda needs 11 billion US dollars to implement the emission reduction mechanism. They have applied, and World Bank, I think the financial has approved the money already. So Rwanda is taking lead, and it wants the money. Because we're poor, want the money. Beggar, as they say, has no choice. That's what I would say.
So should Uganda be concerned about all the targets that are being set, and then we look at it and say, what are the negative externalities that the eco and the development in Tilenga and Kingfisher pose? Doesn't that put Uganda at crossroads, meeting these obligations and at the same time achieving our energy security, security of supply, and our drive to middle income status?
I think there's need to balance the scales between conservation, protecting the climate, and then investment. For me, the key argument is that it's not Uganda doing the oil exploration or involvement. These are in, for example, United Arab Emirates, and China, and Russia, and Iran, and all that, are taking lead. So it would be, in my view, sort of an international injustice to restrict Uganda from developing its resources, yet the others are also still doing it. The point is that there's a will to conserve, but we must grow. And for me, one thing that will still keep us behind for as long as we don't grow our capacity to explore our mines, because if I'm to go to mining, there's no mining taking place in Uganda, but from two big companies, Agagai and Sunbelt. Yet we have the most minerals in East Africa, if I should say, apart from Tanzania. So there's a need to, there's mining, but it is artisanal, 80% small scale. So as long as there's intentional growth, because you see, we don't grow intentionally. There should be intentional growth so that we socio-economic transformation in line with Vision 2040. And then that's when you will have the capacity to sit on a round table and say, since I finance my own budget, this is what I want in my house. Yes.
But now you come with that. With the president has just assented to the Mining and Minerals Act. And it's quite interesting in terms of the environmental aspect of it, which we shall touch on later. But drawing closer to the Renewable Energy Act that was passed, and under the Renewable Energy Act, there is a requirement that I think by 2030, all Ugandan products, petroleum products, must have 30% of blend of organic oil. Now, organic oil can either be sesame, can either be palm oil, an organic oil within it. This is trying to see how to reduce the reliance on fossil fuel and try and get a blend that will have a close to a lower carbon footprint.
Yes.
that is used as a result. That will then need an increase in investment in technology in creating and generating the reserves of that organic oil, which then still poses a question in terms of financing.
Yes.
And in terms of us meeting our targets. Are these realistic things we're looking at, or are the things, as the speaker said, conventions that and agreements that are made but we had to domesticate.
First of all, even if you got the funding, the money we're going to borrow the money, and that's where it's still, that's a catch of going back to the previous discussion. The previous question, we still have to go back to beg and say, look, this is what we intend to implement. But then we need to also have the implementation infrastructure in place, because you can have the money, but without a plan, then you can't do much. 2030 is 8 years from now. For me, that's a long-term ambition, which is good, but probably it needs much more time. Even if the funds are approved, we need to work on the strategic plan, the mechanisms, implementation, and all that. Probably 2030 is so ambitious, and
but you have this whole drive of carbon trading. Uganda has, I think, 400,000. We have 400,000 acres of under cultivation forest, natural forest cover, but it's assumed it staggers between 400,000 to 600,000. That has a capacity of generating almost 100 million tons of CO2 capture. There are new technologies, there are new venture capitalists who are looking into blockchain, carbon trading to do that swap. We are not hearing anything in respect to NFA apart from them allocating forest reserves and turning them into small ranches and plantations. You're not looking at NFA, Ministry of Environmental, looking at it and saying, let's map out Uganda's forest cover, let's drive afforestation, and let's see how we can create a blockchain and sell the carbon that we are capturing and sell it in terms of market that will help them finance some of these things. Instead of running out and begging, we already have a resource. If you have 600,000 acres under cultivation, and they tell you it's covering, it will capture every year, you're almost capturing 100 million tons of CO2. And if you sell this CO2 on the global market, Tesla bought a ton of CO2 at $23. The largest has been a Japanese entity that bought a ton of CO2 at $51 per ton. No, so this is huge money that can be done. So you could have that swap with Chinese cement factories, guys in companies in Japan, China, who are actually polluting, and then they buy the CO2. We end up capturing that CO2 on their behalf and do a swap. Is there something in your research, as you said, you're a policy researcher, is this something you've thought about? It's something that we can look as Uganda Law Society, as the extractive industry, or even the climate change cluster, and say, why don't we write a paper and look at the possibility of actually driving this?
I think for me, that's a brilliant path, but government is more of a regulator than a business or implementer. If you see those carbon trading schemes, mostly it is individuals. NFA gives individuals land to go and plant and do this. But if there was an intentional, I'm bringing a knowledge of the national, or Uganda National Company. Now we have the Uganda National Mining Company as well, that have now been introduced specifically to handle commercial aspects. So that is something that also in my view should be intentionally commercialized and of course driven by government through its commercial arm, because it's a big opportunity of raising money to invest in technology and research. But as it is, yes, you write a paper and then what? Who is going to?
We task it to the President, Bernard Oundo, to drive it, because that was part of his mandate.
It still becomes a function of budget allocation. You see, for me, whenever you find a national budget, a speech, an annual budget speech that those things are not captured, then that means you need project funding. That's how they will still keep twisting us. So until we're intentional on research, development, and financing as a government and commercialize it, we'll still keep it.
In your experience, coming to the element of financing and this, in your experience, there's the different theories of environmental taxation. There's a Pythagorean theory of the polluter pays. We have quite a number of polluters. There have been documentaries by investigative journalists who have talked about people pumping different affluent chemicals into streams and rivers that end up into the lakes and the water bodies that we have. And you have an environmental police that is driving around with VIPs with sirens, but no one is actually policing the polluter, and the polluter is not paying. Or the polluter who is supposed to be paid is covered by exemptions, exempt from tax for 10, 15 years, and then they say, you can't tax me because of this pollution. We have 5 different cement factories all in the Tororo area, pumping out all this. As a researcher, is this something that the government is just sleeping and not saying, let's not disturb the status quo, let's not tax these people for the amount of damage that they're doing? Or is the tax, is it punitive enough to make them go through corrective measures? Or is it too little for them to say, it's a slap on the wrist, we'll pay the tax, but we'll continue polluting?
Yeah, so
who is sleeping and at which point?
You know, that's a very wide question, but it rotates around. First of all, you have to monitor the environmental phenomenon for each approved project. And so that means NEMA would need a number of environmental inspectors, auditors, and monitors.
They're graduating from Makerere every day and selling Rolex the following day.
Yes, but it seems...
So the absorption capacity in public service seems to not be there.
Yeah, it seems that right now NEMA might not have more than 15, rather, the time they had 15, 17, but maybe they don't have more than 17. But now, going back to environmental pollution, I'll speak on extractives, mining. Whenever a project is starting, you have an environmental impact
assessment,
social and environmental assessment. They'll give the risks and mitigation mechanisms, and then one of the conditions is that please always make reports, audit reports every year. We've done some substantial litigation against mining companies and all that. And when it comes, not only mining, even sand mining, even wetland destruction, forests and all that, they don't submit audit reports annually. And NEMA does not follow up to find out, are you complying with what we asked you to do? Probably they lack capacity, they lack ability. So in the absence of capacity, then you're not able to determine who is liable and how. But also there are other technical areas where even determining the level of pollution requires specialized skill. For example, we were speaking about earlier on ecological services and functions, how much is lost in terms of services and functions. Sometimes cash, no cash is cash. Let me give you an example. If you're speaking about introduction of pesticides that have, in a certain, we have farmland of maize, and you used a bad pesticide. And so that pesticide, the bees, the pollinating bees came over, and because they interacted with that pesticide, they died. So the other farms in the area have lost their ability to be pollinated. And so there's lack of plant growth and food scarcity and the impact of malnutrition and all that. So those are skills that you need to have to assess in order to know the extent of pollution. Technical in nature that I think we have about 2 of those assessors here in the country. So still it goes back to monitoring, to ability, the technical ability to do do some of this work.
So someone in Ibos is sleeping.
I don't want to say they are sleeping, but there's
Is allowing
they are probably not enough, and also that the expertise is lacking.
Getting to the white elephant in the room that has been flogged and talked about, our ECOP. Beautiful venture, I've gone through it, seen the schematics of it. Is it possible to deliver the ECOP at zero carbon? Someone joked and said, along the leeway where the pipe is going to be laid, we should plant 30 meters of trees along it, and hopefully that will try and balance out some to create the zero carbon print. Is it possible to deliver the ECOP? We may not be net zero, but as low as 5, 10.
It's not possible, because for as long as there's human activity in terms of graders, excavators, and burning of fuel, carbon is being emitted.
Yes. Then the balancing of the growing of the trees and this and the type of tree that will probably address, will bring about the zero balance.
It scientifically, the little science I know, it doesn't. You see, climate change, as we said, once the Earth axis rotates, then it spreads all over. And again, the trees will grow. You know, trees mature within average between 5 to 10 years. By then, emissions have escaped. But the point is that are those emissions substantial to impact on the climate compared to maybe for me the refinery? You would actually do more a lot of emissions, because you see at source the burning and all that, but I understand there's some technology. But the ECOP, yes, there's emission, but in my view, not substantial enough to stop the ECOP. Because compared to other, it would normally come when you have gas pipeline leaks, for example, like in Nigeria, they do bunker and heat it and all that. That's when it would come up. But those are hazards that can be prevented, in my view, or checked, because you have had, so you mean Exxon Valdez spill, deep sea oils, and there's a recent, there's a recent one. So really, it's still those gas pipelines will emit some. But why specifically the ECOP? Should be a target is for
when they're building the NORAD under the sea that has more challenges that it is. So in that, it's something else touched on briefly. And we saw Donald Trump will pull out of the Paris Agreement. We've seen Joe Biden go back into it, but in still going back into it, the US has increased its production capacity of crude to almost 20 million barrels a day. You've seen them get into the market and saying they're going to cover any shortfalls that are seen globally, and they're going to supply the Europe and the EU for the difference that they're not going to get from Russia if Russia turns off its gas. Isn't this a double standard for one president to come on the back of I'm going to drive a climate change agenda, and then his actions are actually to the contrary of increasing their fossil fuel exploration and reserves? And if you look at the UK, Norway, the amount of licenses they've given out in the North Sea have actually quadrupled. Is it fair to say that is climate change, if someone looks at it, someone can then say climate change is a hoax to keep Africa in the darkness while they continue to develop? Because as you're giving out 100 licenses in the North Sea, you're telling me here with 2 licenses of Total and Sinopec and probably Ama Petroleum, don't touch it. But we are giving out that are in the sea, actually ours are onshore, those are offshore. So those have more an environmental risk, not only to the environment, but also to the marine life. Isn't it a case of a double standard, or The glaciers will melt, whether we like it or not. Is it a hoax?
You see, more than a double standard, I think the world is not ready to stop fossil fuel production for a reason that we are still dependent heavily on fossil fuels. And for me, I have not looked at the math and projections when we shall, maybe in the next 2100 or 150 years, probably when we shall completely say no reliance on fossil fuels. But for now, because I mean, as long as OPEC still calls the shots, then you can see that, and oil is always about power and money. For as long as you have, is that book, Epic Quest for Oil, Power and Money by Daniel.
Yes.
Yes, for as long as we have OPEC, then fossil fuel industry is still flourishing. Why can't it be disbanded, for example? Because they must regulate the money and power. They must allocate money and power. The world is not ready for. But although nevertheless, you don't say, given the dangers, I mean, the question is whether these efforts, the COP27 right now, the Paris Accord and all that will really yield desired results of reducing emissions up to 1.5%. Because they're not saying let's not emit. Can we reduce up to 1.5%, rather 1.5 degrees Celsius?
An interesting aspect to it. So the environment is here. Climate change is a big issue, and we still have to tackle it head on. Those who believe in climate change, we shall try and take steps best to address it. Those who believe climate change the Republican way as being a hoax have their own way of dealing with it. But we thank you very much for your insight into this unique issue, and I believe there's a lot that's going to come up now with the passing of the Mining Act and the creation of the National Mining Company that is going to drive a bit of it. Now you have small issues of the Mining Act, whereby at the small scale miners can now get licenses to actually group themselves in circles and develop it. It's going to be a big thing. The challenge between mining and the oil and gas sector is oil and gas. You're basically drilling a straw into the ground. Mining, you're going to unearth and change a large. Your footprint is actually larger, depending also on the mine. If it's an open cast or if it's a shaft mine, depending on the ore, depending on the quality and the grade of the ore, and then the value addition and development of a mine goes through so many stages before you get your final product. So that means then you have to look closer to how we can address all these challenges and all these externalities, and how do we mitigate, which I wanted to hear in the last aspect of your presentation. How best do we mitigate all this? Not just by saying the laws are in place. What are the practical ways we can get out and say, guys, let's drive this? Rwanda has a tree driving campaign, and I think they finally achieved planting 1 million trees in less than a year or something like that. Practical issues that can actually bring a difference. Uganda seems to, we love running for trees, but we do not actually plant the trees. And half the people who run in Kololo go back home to cook on Sigiri. So are we actually walking the talk? Or what mechanisms can we actually put in place as a country to address this?
You mentioned an important thing. You see, the mining industry is, you have petroleum that is 2.6 kilometers deep. And then the mining, for example, in Karamoja, where you can easily dig about 5 feet and get some gold. But the method, the rudimentary methods used, for example, use of mercury have a big impact on health, on the
Water table.
yeah, water table. It's also released into the atmosphere and all that. But maybe let me reveal that at a personal level, because my other home, I have a home in Karamoja and an office there. If you ever come there, you see towards Hotel Africana. It's a matter of looking at, see, for every project, like I said, there's always an impact assessment, the negative impacts and mitigation strategy, but they are left on paper. So there's need to monitor, and what I do at a personal level through another charity that I hope is you train monitors to monitor environmental and human rights aspects in critical on hotspots. Mining, we have big marble mining in Karamoja plus limestone and all that, the critical hotspots. But for as long as we still have the artisanal small scale miners that are unregulated, who account for 80%, then it will take a lot until they are registered and then they are told the dangers and how to regulate. Because right now, even in terms of tracking royalties, although not part of this, they get gold and run and give it to a dealer. You will not trace.
No interest.
Yes, and they are the
Carries it in a matchbox, brings it
Thank you.
here.
And they are the
smells it.
biggest source. So traceability, monitoring is the biggest problem. And you see the whole of Karamoja region has one inspector, Mr. Mekutere. So their capacity still, only one inspector, and so they cannot monitor what companies are doing. You cannot monitor artisanal miners because you are alone. And
Is that a structure thing within government and public service failing to employ? Because you have people graduating Mukono campus, environmental studies, environmental management, in and out. Are we getting people who are just going to come out and sell Rolex after? Or are we getting people who are going to be absorbed? Because then you have that issue. And so it was one of the issues we had going forward. The quality of our education. Are we getting job seekers or just getting people who want to come and sit in an office and read newspapers and walk off at the end of the day? But the level to go out and make a difference from the education they have is net zero.
Thank you. You're asking very pertinent. And for me, this also goes to the lawyers and especially the young ones. As a lawyer, we have a lot to contribute to policy aspects. Not the traditional litigation and paperwork you talked about.
Plaintiffs and chambers.
Yes. That in my view contributes 10% of the role of a lawyer. When I started out this work, that is 2006, under mentorship at Accord, I also didn't know that you can actually do so much. And it's a matter of, for example, if you take a decision, you go and read. I know most lawyers, and I challenge you, how many of you have read the mining mineral policy of 2018, or even the oil and the gas policy, or even the national land policy, because they are the ones that tell us what are the policy goals for government. Government has good policies, they say to achieve them and even put a law. So your job as a lawyer is to go and say, look, you did implement this. And there's a lot of funding in there, Mr. and I've been a beneficiary, that you go and formulate a proposal and write and say, I'm going to do this. And you take it, for example, EU to big, you say, okay, go to Karamoja for 5 years. And you propose to do this, yes, you're sure, go and do it. And so there's an alternative of creating income compared to sitting and waiting for somebody to bring an agreement. That's why I have an office in Karamoja.
You've had it. Get out of Kampala, go to Karamoja, go to Muwende, get out of Kampala. Those with pieces, those without pieces. Use the law to make money.
Thank you.
Do not think you're going to sit and make money off affidavits and statutory declarations. You won't. Think out of the box and contact Mr. Frank to see me. I believe He needs capacity, and I believe he has space in Karamoja. Those who need mentoring, I believe your door is open to mentor some of the
I
areas
always
that we
do at
get.
least every year, we bring in people to train.
So you've heard it from the horse's mouth. Let's not sit and say there are no jobs in Kampala or there are no jobs for lawyers. Think out of the box and stop running around the ambulances looking for causes of actions in negligence. Let's go and make the world and the country a better place.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
It was a pleasure.
Pleasure too.
And I'll come and I'll come and we'll take the drive to Karamoja.
No, we should.
And we look at good things. That
No, we should, by the way. You see, the wealth is in the ground.
True.
And so we did study these things in school, but there's a lot of work looking at the gaps and implementing, help government to implement.
Thank you very much.
All right. Oh. Council, you're in trouble the whole day.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for hanging in there and sticking with us. We are at the last corner of this bend, and we are going to have a small brief presentation by Mr. Rodney Kolova. He is the manager policy and board affairs at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. That's the regulator of the sector. He is going to walk us through where we are in terms of the sector. What is the bit, what is the pulse of the sector in terms of the development? We have finished the exploration phase. As we get into the development, he's going to walk us through issues regarding the NSD, the talent register. There's been a lot of talk during the campaigns. Should legal services be ring-fenced or not? That is water under the bridge, but it can be discussed again. The issues regarding how do lawyers position themselves in terms of this? What are the current issues within the Petroleum Authority that the legal fraternity or the people out there should know in terms of contracts being signed, who fall within tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. We hear of tiers, but we do not know who fall within which tier and where can we plug in respect to that. He has a vast experience having come from URA and joined the Petroleum Authority. So I will be asking him a couple of things and he'll be flipping his hat left and right in respect to it. He'll walk us through the refinery, where they are at in terms of the progression of FID and financial closure for the refinery, and has come out strongly with the different speakers that the refinery is one of the projects that are key to unlocking Uganda's potential, because without the refinery, that means the industrial park in Kivale becomes a white elephant, because it's from the byproducts of the refinery that become the raw material for the industrial park. So, because most of the crude as it comes from the fields and goes to the central processing facility, will get into the pipeline and will be out to Tanga. So it is that section that will be taken to the refinery, and the byproducts out of the refinery that will then plug into the industrial park for the petrochemical industry settings. Rodney Golova is online, and he'll be joining us from Entebbe. So I hope he's connected in. Thank you, Rodney. Welcome.
Thank you.
And I think I can comfortably give you the space and let you run with it.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you for the introduction. And I would like to thank the speakers who have come before me for very informative discussion. I would now like to request that the slides are put up so that we can, without further ado, go through the presentation. Given that it's the lunch hour, I promise to sail through it fairly quickly so that we can have a good discussion, but also good lunch.
Thank you.
If we move to the slides, I'll briefly describe how I've organized the presentation before we can delve into it. Kindly put into sharing mode. And if you could quickly move to the next slide, please.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Well, we are briefly going to discuss the oil and gas sector. I'll tell you briefly about the authority, its mandates. We'll then delve into the progress in regulating the oil and gas sector before we move into the achievements so far as we head into the conclusion. Next slide, please. Next one, please. So ideally, for those who do not interact a lot with the sector, the one before, we have three value chains: the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. Currently, the authority monitors and regulates two of the three value chains, that is the upstream and the midstream. Up in the upstream, that's where we have exploration and appraisal, and development and production, while in the midstream, we have transportation, refining, and gas processing. So this is simply to introduce you to the areas we're going to be discussing as we move forward. Next slide, please. As we get to the next slide, essentially this, in a nutshell, provides the framework from the oil and gas policy of 2008 to the principal laws such as the upstream law, the midstream law, and there are various regulations to the contractual framework, which involves the production sharing agreements and the various plans and the policies that fall there. For the midstream, we have the midstream law, the main law, and recently we added to it the EACOP Special Provisions Act, which was promulgated in 2021, and then the various regulations under those laws, in addition to the contractual framework that led to the FID, such as the Intergovernmental Agreement, the Host Governmental Agreement, the Transport and Tariff Agreement, and the Shareholding Agreement. The downstream, which is regulated by the Petroleum Supply Department, essentially has the Petroleum Supply Act and its regulations as the governing regulation. This, in a nutshell, provides the legal framework under which the oil and gas is governed. Let's move to the next slide, please. So in relation to exploration, we have the Ngasa contract area and the Kanyatwaba contract area. Ngasa is in Chikube Hoima and it's operated by Oranto Petroleum. And the current status is that following the grant of that license in 2017, the company has completed acquisition and interpretation of 322 line kilometers of seismic data. It has also done technical studies in addition to identifying drilling locations. And it's currently undertaking an environmental social impact studies, as well as procurements for rig services for drilling of exploration wells, which it hopes to do in May 2023. For Kanyatwaba area, contract area, which is run by Ama Energy, the government, the company has concluded technical studies as well, but has also acquired around 121 line kilometers of 2D seismic data and geochemical data. And the company is also expected to drill an exploration well at the beginning of March 2023. In a nutshell, those are the areas under exploration and their current status in relation to what has been achieved. Next slide, please. The map, as we move to the next slide, simply shows the Albertine Graben and the various areas that are licensed under exploration. I'll briefly touch the second licensing round, and the moderator actually mentioned a bit about it. A second licensing round was announced in 2019. And from that round, 6 companies applied and expressed interest. And the qualifying applicants for the 2 blocks were presented to cabinet actually. And the companies will be regulated by PAO, but once they have been granted petroleum exploration licenses. These include DEG from Australia and UNO, our own national oil company. So the maps indicate the 5 blocks that had formed part of the licensing round, and these include Avivi, Omuka, Kasurubani, Turako, and Ngaji, and the areas where they are. In the boxing inserts, just indicates the acreage of each of the areas that have been part of the licensing round. So that is the status of the licensing round. And the idea is to license and get new exploration areas and hopefully get discoveries, which can then feed into the development stage, even as we head to the plateau of our production. Let's move to the next round, please. Next slide, please. Now, in relation to development and production, like Hasmid mentioned, we have 2 projects. We have the Chilenga project, which is operated by Total Energies, and the Kingfisher project operated by CNOOC. Under the Chilenga project, it is expected at plateau to produce around 190,000 barrels of oil per day. And this will be done on 31 well pads, where about 426 wells will be drilled in the development phase. It will also have a feeder pipeline of about 95 kilometers of 24-inch. And in relation to land acquisition for the project, 100% of the land, especially in the central processing facility area, has been acquired and handed over to the main EPC contractor. While we have wraps 2 to 5, which involve the well pads, the feeder lines, the flow lines, and the access roads, whose land acquisition is at 60% and has about 5,526 people. So like you've had some of the meat around the voices saying ECOP shouldn't go forward, not actually based on facts, because land acquisition is proceeding and proceeding well. The estimated investment cost in the Chilenga project is between 4 to 5 billion US dollars. Now, in relation to the Kingfisher project operated by Sino, the production plateau will be at about 40,000 barrels of oil per day. This will happen on 4 well pads. And in relation to 31 wells. It will also have a feeder pipeline of about 46 kilometers, and this one will be 20 inches in diameter, while its land acquisition is at 99% with about 6 project affiliate persons who are now undergoing what we call compulsory land acquisition. The estimated investment cost is about $2 to $3 billion. Now, the development phase or construction in the development phase is expected to last about 4 years. About 5 new camps are to be constructed in addition to the 3 existing camps, which will be upgraded. And these will accommodate between 11,000 to about 15,000 personnel. And there will at any one time be over 100,000 people in operation areas, especially during the intense activity of construction. Now, over 1 million people are expected to move into the Alberta Graben during this phase, construction phase. And once production begins, it's expected to be over 25 years. And still investment will span during those years, but the influx happens now between now and first oil. Next slide, please. Now, in relation to commercialization, a lot has been said about the East African crude pipeline, but essentially we hope to commercialize the oil through a pipeline and a refinery. You have heard of the fact that it will be the longest heated pipeline, about 1,443 kilometers. You've also heard or may have heard that there will be a storage terminal at Tanga with about 4 tanks of 2 million barrels capacity and a load-out facility for a tanker with a capacity of 1 million barrels of oil to be constructed at Tanga. In relation to the refinery, we hope to set up a 60,000 barrels per day refinery at Kabale in Hoima, and a project framework agreement with the lead investor was already signed in 2018, and a final configuration for the refinery approved. And government will also have a stake through its wholly owned subsidiary, UNOC. This explains the 29 square kilometers of land that was acquired, where part will have the refinery, part will have an industrial park, and part already the airport that is at 70% completion. So government hopes through these 2 activities to commercialize the oil that is found. As you are aware, upstream FID was already taken, and there is movement in relation to the pipeline. The refinery, as we'll see a little later on, is also picking up pace, and they hope to take FID next year. Let's move to the next slide, please. Now, next one, in terms of regulation, this area is now focused on the different mandates. And on the one hand, we have the policy arm, which is the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which formulates policy, ensures investment promotion and licensing. Then we have the authority, which regulates and monitors upstream and midstream sectors, but also ensures compliance with petroleum operations to legislation and agreements. And then we have UNOC, which is the business arm to move forward the country's commercial interests, and also ensures the creation of joint ventures across the petroleum value chain from a commercial perspective. We'll now go into, as we start the next slide, into the role of PAO and the current status and what we hope to achieve. Briefly, In PAL, the vision is to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency. The mission is to regulate and monitor the petroleum sector. And the mandate is to regulate and monitor exploration, development, and production, together with refining, gas conversion, transport, and storage of petroleum in Uganda. It was formed in 2015 and currently has over 190 staff. And of course, it's regulated under the upstream law. Let's move in a nutshell, that's what the authority is about. And now we'll delve into what it does and how it has done it and the current status. And that will capture it in these 5 areas. One, on resource management, where the authority, as part of its role, ensures optimal recovery, ensures reservoir management, ensures commercialization through refining and transportation and its regulation. Then cost monitoring, which is very important, where it ensures the approval of work programs and budgets, and constantly monitors and evaluates the profitability of projects and government take. Then petroleum data management, where the authority is the custodian of all exploration and appraisal and production data using the PRIN database. Then, of course, it has an element also on health, safety, security, and social and environmental management, where it plays a role alongside other agencies in the coexistence of oil and biodiversity, and also in general ensuring safe operations. And lastly, we look at national content, which I believe is an area of interest of many Ugandans, where we focus on employment, capacity building, and transfer of technology, enterprise development, and above all, we also play a role in relation to linkages with other sectors of the economy. As you will see, oil has a ripple effect on many other sectors, and the idea is that all sectors need to be linked for us to get maximum value. Next slide, please. So in relation to resource management, you may have heard that currently Uganda has confirmed 6.5 billion barrels of oil, with about 1.4 billion estimated to be recoverable. So in that regard, the authority constantly monitors this through the annual petroleum resources reports, which are required by law. And the current status is that the reserves for Chilenga projects have increased from about 815 million barrels in 2016 to the current 870 million barrels. And this is as a result of technical studies and the average recovery factor, which has increased from about 22% to 28%. Kingfisher reserves are about 186 million barrels with a recovery factor of about 32%. And in addition, 40 wells were proposed for the Kingfisher project in 2016, but these have been optimized to 31 wells, thereby saving drilling costs. The point here is that continuous technical studies are undertaken with a view of achieving optimum recovery. Depending on how you deal with the reservoir, determines how much you can extract, or if you indeed end up damaging the reservoir, depending on how you produce your oil. So one of the things that have been done is studies in water flood mechanism to be followed by the planned deployment of enhanced oil recovery preparation for drilling, for development drilling. And in so doing, it has been proposed that 4 drilling rigs, 1 for Kingfisher and 3 for Chilenga project, will be used to commence drilling. As you have seen or heard, the Kingfisher project drilling rig arrived in Chikuve in September in 2022 and has been installed, and it is ready for well spudding in mid-December 2022. Similarly, one drilling rig for the Tilenga project also arrived in the country on 2nd November 2022, and drilling operations will commence in 2023. The photo on the side is the drilling rig for Kingfisher after installation, and it will be commencing drilling in December. Next slide, please. So the power also monitors, like I said, the commercialization of the country's oil and gas resources. And in this regard, we follow closely the ECOP. And as you are aware, in 2017, the intergovernmental agreement was signed. And then in 2021, the shareholders agreement, the tariff and transportation agreement, and the host government agreements were also signed. And this is what ushered FID. Similarly, the power approved the ECOP route in September 2020, and also the front-end engineering design in October 2020 as required by the law. And again, in December 2020, the environmental, social, and impact assessment was also approved by the relevant body, the NEMA. And currently, the ECOP detailed design is ongoing in London, UK. Of course, in relation to land matters, compensation for project affected persons is ongoing, and out of 3,792 project affected persons, about 2,555, representing 54.19%, have been compensated in Uganda, while in Tanzania, compensation stands at about 7.52% of the 9,500 parks. Site clearance for Tanzania section of the port in Tanga is ongoing, and also the coating plant at Nzega district. In relation to ECOP, they will start from Tanzania coming through to the Ugandan side, and that's why works are currently ongoing in Tanga. Now, the authority also entered an MOU with the Energy, Water and Utilities Regulatory Authority of Tanzania to enable cross-border regulation of ECOP activities, which to us is very critical in ensuring that timelines are met and the seamlessness of activity between the two countries. And the ownership of ECOP is Total Energies at 62%, UNOC, the Ugandan arm, at 15%, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation at 15%, and CNOC at 8%. Next slide, please. So in relation to the refinery, like I mentioned, it will be a 60,000 barrels of per day refinery. The refinery will be situated in Kabale and sitting on about 30 square kilometers in Kabale Industrial Park, which has already been acquired by government. Other industries will include the airport, the petrochemical industries, and the crude oil export hub. In relation to the refinery, like I mentioned, the front engineering design was completed and approved, and the environmental, social, and impact assessment is currently at 95% completion. We expect the final investment decision for the refinery in 2023, and the current plans are to commission the refinery in the year 2027. And the owners of the refinery are the Albertine Graben Energy Consortium, which has recently changed name from Greek, and the National Oil Company. Total Energies, CNOC, and UNOC will supply the crude as part of their obligation under the PSAs. And as you can imagine, refineries require a lot of water to run, and that extraction will be from Lake Albert. In the table next to the slide is the expected production vis-a-vis the demand as of 2020 for for a picture on what the refinery will be doing and how it will be supplying the local market. Next slide, please. Now, in relation to management of costs and economic analysis, like I pointed out, the authority also regulates costs in the sector and also undertakes economic analysis of the different projects with a view of ensuring that government take from the oil and gas resources is not eroded, but also that the profitability of the projects is maintained. Now, the authority reviews and approves licensing annual budgets, then monitors implementation of the approved budgets, including the procurement processes undertaken by the licensees. The authority also supports the Office of the Auditor General in auditing the actual expenditure before final recoverable costs are confirmed and approved. Now, as of 2022, a total of about 2,039,137,000 had been approved as budgets for the calendar year 2022. And the contracts that have been approved for 2022 in total amount for about 2,871,938,696. The key leading to the amounts above include the drilling contracts, freight forwarding, and waste management. Now, economic analysis undertaken confirms that Uganda's oil and gas resources are economically viable at any price above $35 per barrel. And today's crude oil price has been oscillating between 80 and 91. So the project is still economically viable. Next slide, please. Now, in relation to economic analysis, the authority found it absolutely necessary that the linkages that can be formed with the oil and gas sector are harnessed and developed and properly defined, because we believe it's one of the best ways to ensure value retention in the country and avoid some of the problems that befall industries such as the oil and gas sector. So the authority is supporting the development of linkages between the oil and gas sector and other sectors. This includes agriculture, where commercial agriculture is being looked at, agricultural machinery, cold chain, storage and transportation, and food processing. You realize that as a result of all these oil and gas activities, it was necessary to establish another international airport in Kabale, and that airport planes will be coming through, bringing machinery, personnel, and all that kind of thing, but may leave empty. So the mission here is to ensure that that does not happen, so that at the end of the day, there's a linkage between the oil and gas sector and agriculture, and maybe improve our exportation of agricultural products. Another sector that was identified is housing, through the provision of low-income, low, middle, and high-end housing, construction and provision of office space, and construction and provision of warehousing facilities. Another is tourism, where it is hoped that an upgrade and refurbishment of tourism sites will benefit from the influx of personnel coming for oil and gas, provision of hospitality services, in addition to tourist accommodation. Another area is civil works, where earth moving and lifting equipment will be and already in high demand as a result of oil and gas activities happening, mechanical and electrical equipment, firefighting equipment and material, piping equipment, and ICT equipment. Another area that was identified is transport, where freight forwarding and handling is already seeing an influx of business, logistics and haulage, and provision of specialized transport, and also health, where medical emergency response, provision of on-site clinics, personal medical insurance, occupational health services, medical supplies and logistics, and medical infrastructure services are expected to see a rise as a result of improved and increased activity in the oil and gas sector. So the authority, in addition to the policymakers and other sectors, is working to define these linkages and ensuring that these linkages are harnessed to ensure value retention from the influx of petrodollars and investments as a result of the oil and gas sector. If we could move to the next slide, please. Similarly, in relation to data management, a lot of data was generated from the exploration phase, and much more data is expected during the development and production phase. So the authority looks at data as an asset, not only to be used by the authority, but also to be used for investment promotion, for taxation, evaluation of recoverable costs, and indeed national planning, among other uses. So the authority, in so doing, set up a state-of-the-art data center in Entebbe, which is now part of the National Petroleum Data Repository infrastructure. And in due course, will also include a real-time monitoring center, whose design commenced in 2021 and was completed in March 2022, and is expected its development is expected to start in 2023. The authority currently has over 50 terabytes of electronic oil and gas data and thousands of physical data, such as biosamples, under its custody and management. The volume of oil and gas data in the country is expected to increase exponentially during the development phase and subsequently during the production phase. And the authority will be in charge of managing all this data, but also giving it out to the various users for the various purposes. The categories of data currently under PAO's custody include geological and geophysical data, engineering, health, safety and environment, cost data, national content, subsurface and surface facilities data. So as you can imagine, this is very, very important data for the industry, but also for other users. Next slide, please. In relation to health, safety, and social management, the authority regulates the environment, the health and safety and social aspects in relation to oil and gas. Obviously, this is done with the collaboration of the relevant government agencies, but the mission is to ensure that oil and gas activities are undertaken safely and in a manner that does not harm people or the environment. The relevant policies to date that have been put in place are several, one of which is the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, which was recently launched by the Prime Minister. And the authority is now applying all these in monitoring the acquisition of land. And as you can imagine, part of the operations where oil and gas operations will be, it has a lot of biodiversity in Murchison National Park. So the environment and its management is very, very critical to ensuring that the oil and gas sector operates properly. Next slide, please. Now, an area which is very near and dear to many Ugandans is national content and its regulation. First, the authority regulates national content with a view of achieving in-country value creation and retention, while at the same time ensuring competitiveness and efficiency and effectiveness, but also to ensure the capital development, human capital development in oil and gas related disciplines, and ensuring that Ugandans are competitive and that Ugandan enterprises are also competitive in the supply of oil and gas services. And the key pillars include employment of Ugandan citizens, capacity building, enterprise development, the encouragement and use of locally produced goods and services, but above all, the transfer of knowledge and technology. So those are the key pillars we hope to achieve through national content, and those are the key areas we also stringently monitor to ensure that they are upheld, and in so doing, value is retained. Next slide, please. So let's now move to the achievements so far. Obviously, we mentioned that to date, about 21 oil and gas discoveries have been made, representing about 88% drilling success rate, leading to 6.5 billion barrels of oil in place, out of which 1.4 billion barrels are recoverable. In relation to production licenses, 9 production licenses have been issued in relation to 14 fields, to Sinopec and Total Energy. 3 exploration licenses have been issued to AMA and Oranto. 5 blocks have been offered for the second licensing round, like we mentioned. And out of this all, about 85% of the Albertine Graben remains unlicensed. 2 upstream development projects, like we discussed, are currently ongoing, and 2 midstream commercialization projects are also ongoing. So in a nutshell, that's a summary of where we are in relation to oil and gas in Uganda. And from those statistics, it's clear to see that Uganda so far has one of the lowest finding costs of less than $1 per barrel compared to the global average of about $5 to $10. But also a high drilling success rate of 88% compared to the global average of 10%. Let's move to the next slide, please. Now, this is a representation of numbers and what the oil and gas sector has attracted so far. Indicated therein are the various companies in the exploration, development, and production and transportation, and their valuation. So as you can imagine, it's a big project, and it has attracted a lot of value. Next slide, please. In relation to contractors, these are some of the tier 1 contractors that have been contracted so far, and these include the China Oilfield Services Limited, the main contractor for the Kingfisher project, McDermott and Sinopec, the EPC contractor for Chilenga, and then other contractors such as Shilambaje, Sinopec, Motor Angel, Wally, Ballery, among others. And the idea here was to give you an indication of the kind of value and market cap attached to the companies that are coming to play in the sector, and the importance they are attaching to our oil and gas projects. Next slide, please. In relation to foreign direct investment, like I mentioned, over 4 billion has so far been invested in the sector, and an additional 40 billion is expected to be invested over the following 25 years of operation and maintenance of the oil fields and other infrastructure. Now, this table is just an indication of the foreign direct investment since 2006 when discovery was made, and how the curve hopes to move until the lifetime of the project. As you can imagine, from 2022 when FID was announced, there is a spike in investment, which spike will continue all through 2025 when first oil is anticipated to come on stream. Before then it starts going down until the time of decommissioning. So there is a lot of value coming in, and this is where Ugandans need to take advantage. Next slide, please. In relation to employment of Ugandans by way of actual statistics, as at the end of June 2022, about 6,233 persons were directly employed in the sector, with about 5,875 representing 95% of these being Ugandans. The licensed oil companies directly employed 619 Ugandans, while their contractors and subcontractors employed about 5,624. 1,967 of the persons employed were also mobilized directly from the host communities, and indirect employment in the sector is estimated at about 14,300 people, while induced employment is estimated at about 41,000. Now, what this means is that the total number employed through direct and indirect and induced employment turns out at about 61,500. And in this regard, the authority put up some mechanisms to not only monitor, but ensure that Ugandans participate through employment, such as the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, which is aimed at promoting employment in the sector. And at the end of June 2022, there are about 7,085 talents and 117 companies registered, and a total of about 408 jobs had been posted on the NOC tier by various companies that are currently playing in the oil and gas space. The table on the side just shows you the employment in the sectors. The expatriates, the Ugandans, and those from the host communities, vis-a-vis the total number of employees. Next slide, please. Now, in relation to human skills development, about 11,800 Ugandans have been trained so far and certified in various oil and gas disciplines. These include welding, health, safety and environment, heavy goods, vehicle drivers, scaffolding, amongst others. Similarly, about 1,685 heavy goods vehicle drivers have been trained, and over 30 companies have also received certifications in health, safety and environment trainings, such as NEBOSH and ISO certifications. Now, also international accreditation and certification of vocational training institutions, such as City and Guilds, ECITB, OKITO, and NEBOSH have also been gotten, and 12 Ugandan institutions have been accredited internationally to provide these trainings. As you can imagine, certification is very important in the oil and gas industry, and it's important to get these certifications to be able to operate there. About 200 government officers from various ministries and agencies have also been trained in oil and gas related disciplines, and continually there is an updating of the workforce skills development strategy and plan, again aimed at ensuring that human skills are developed in preparation for the oil and gas sector. And this is also done through the quarterly skills development dialogues organized by POW and the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda, which was also formed to provide a platform to coordinate and advocate for skill development. Now on the side is an indication of the various disciplines and then those who have been trained in those disciplines, but also the deficits. And as you can see, civil and building engineering still holds a huge deficit, next and followed by driving. But that's where we have reached so far in relation to human skills development. Next slide, please. In relation to utilization of Ugandan goods and services, during the exploration phase, that is between 2006 and 2016, investment worth about 3.5 billion was made in the sector. And approximately 960 million, or 28%, was retained in country. Now, from 2017 to now, 2022, about 4,232,933,121 worth of procurements have been made by licensees, and out of this, about USD 3,783,092, representing 88% worth of contracts, has been awarded to Ugandan companies. Now, approximately 988,658 dollars has gone to the community economy through the provision of goods and services. And by community economy, I mean the Albertine revenue. Now, this table just again shows you the various communities and the value that has gone there in dollar terms. Next slide, please. Now, in relation to utilization of Ugandan goods and services, over 2,200 companies have been qualified and registered on the National Supplier Database, and about 631 entities have so far gotten contracts in oil and gas sector. Out of these, 333, representing about 53%, were Ugandan entities. So of the 2,200 companies, 1,764 are Ugandan, while 439 are foreign companies from 40 different countries. The table below just indicates the National Supplier Database registration trend over the years. And as you can imagine, as we moved closer to FID, there was a spike in registration because of the impending works. The graph next to it is an indication of Ugandan companies vis-a-vis total companies and how they have registered over time. Next slide, please. Other achievements include enhanced awareness by Ugandan small and medium enterprises, where about 8 national content conferences have been held. About 2,026 SMEs had their capacity built in the areas of health, safety and environment, bid management, financing, corporate governance. And this capacity building has been achieved through collaboration with institutions such as Stanbic Business Incubator, GIZ, and TASC. Also, the authority is implementing a USD $500,000 project funded by African Development Bank, again aimed at enhancing the capacity and promotion of business linkages with these small and medium enterprises, especially along the ECOP route. Similarly, the authority organizes annual national content conferences to bring together companies annually to benchmark and exchange ideas in relation to provision of services in oil and gas. Next slide, please. In relation to enterprise development, the authority has been encouraging the formation of joint ventures for Ugandan companies that may not have the capacity to undertake projects on their own. And in the process, about 30 joint ventures have so far been approved by the authority for provision of different goods and services. And 12 of these joint ventures have so far been awarded contracts totaling about $117 million. The table below just shows you some of the Ugandan companies which have formed joint ventures and the services they have provided, and also services that have now been supplied by Ugandan companies, which range from various services such as accounting, tax services, to of course, there are services which are ring-fenced for Ugandan companies, and those are aimed directly at Ugandan companies, unless if they indicate that they are unable and need the expertise of a joint venture partner who is foreign, in which case approval is sought. But we have seen a rise in joint ventures aimed at supplying the oil and gas sector, and in the process, technology transfer for some of these areas. Next slide, please. Like I was saying, there has been an increase in the number of Ugandan companies providing Uganda goods and services in the sector. And those are some of the companies that have been pointed out. And from 116 are the various areas where Ugandan companies have featured heavily. As you will notice, most of them, or a good number of them, are, again, the ring-fenced services which can only be supplied by Ugandan companies. So indeed, Ugandan companies are stepping up and providing goods and services to the oil and gas sector. Next slide, please. In relation to fiscal take before FID and fiscal take after first oil, from about 2009 to 2022, Uganda so far received about 2,130,622, about 718,549,957 dollars in tax and non-tax revenue. And this graph above just summarizes the government take over the years from 2009 to the financial year 2022-2023. Now, at first oil, it is expected that at the current international global crude oil prices, Uganda will receive an average of about 2.8 billion annually, and this will and a total of about 69.7 billion from the respective projects. So this is, in a nutshell, to give you a glimpse on the projected government take from the projects. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the authority is the oil and gas sector is continuing to grow with the planned commencement of oil production in 2025. Investment in excess of 20 billion is expected to be brought in the country. What the government has been doing is to define and improve and equip the institutional and regulatory framework in preparation for this sector. And this sector represents to date the largest investment the country has received. Therefore, all efforts need to be made to ensure that these investments are achieved and that they continue to bring a lasting value to society. And the sector will have a very significant contribution to the country's socio-economic development. And it is estimated that if everything goes according to plan, the country's GDP will double in the next 5 years. And in so doing, the authority is also continually engaging with the various stakeholders, especially suppliers, to ensure that ease of doing business is achieved, but also that they are facilitated in various ways, such as in the taxation regime and how it's applied, among others. So I want to thank you for listening to me. I hope I've not taken too long, but that is where we stand in a nutshell as regulators of the oil and gas sector. Thank you very much.
Just pause it. Rodney, for that insightful piece on where we are as the Petroleum Authority and the foresight for Uganda. However, in terms of time management, I seek leave of the viewers to invite and have Mr. Batanda take us through his piece on arbitration, international dispute resolution in the oil and gas sector, lessons that Uganda can borrow from the Heritage Tallow case and issues that we've had. Where is it that we can look at in terms of arbitration, dispute resolution, CADA, ICAMAC? Is there something new we can get in terms of jurisprudence? We all know most of the contracts have clauses that arbitration will be done out of the country. However, they'll be using Ugandan law in course of settling of this dispute. So in terms of time management, I thought it would be prudent to bring in Mr. Batanda, and then at the end of his presentation, we can then marry it. We can then have a joint Q&A session of Mr. Batanda and Mr. Rodney Golova to cut time because it's 2:30. We're actually supposed to have ended by 2. So I want to see how we can manage it. So those in chambers can go back to filing the plaints and the chamber summons, and we can call it a day at a successful thing. So without further ado, I would like to invite and welcome Mr. Batanda.
Thank you so much.
Not to the hot seat, but share with us, give us an insight in your flowery career as a lecturer in oil and gas and arbitration and a practitioner.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Nahanya. Firstly, I think let me begin with the Attorney General's chambers. I was in the AG's chambers for 7 years. Therefrom, I headed to Signal. So I'll be running through because of time, where I headed the dispute resolution, and I also dabbled in the oil and gas practice. And our actually it's the energy practice because we also major in renewables. So I think briefly, in the interest of time, that's the much I can say, so that we delve into the presentation. Let's go to slide 1. Okay, so this is our outline briefly. We shall be generally looking at the oil and gas legal and policy frameworks. The reason as to why we talk about the policy frameworks is because when you're looking at oil and gas, government policies are extremely critical because in some cases they provide, they act as feelings in instances where the law may be silent on some critical issues in oil and gas. So you'll find that even when you encounter some clients who are playing in the oil and gas industry, they will also be keen on government policies in regard to particular areas. I'll give you a small example when it comes to some of the policies. If you are to do some of the renewable energies practice, you'll get to discover that ERA, that's the Electricity Regulatory Authority, will require compliance with particular local content obligations that are entailed in some of the government policies. So policies are critical when it comes to energy practice. Then we shall look at if there is actually a need for review of our current legal regime. You realize that most of our laws, we had an upsurge in the laws that were rolled out post 2013. That's when we saw very many developments in the oil and gas industry in terms of regulation. So for all the time that we have been actually at this, most of the laws have been passed past 2013. So we shall look at that, and mostly most of them have not been tested as we talk. So, but ever since we got into the phase of production, we're going to see some of these laws getting tested more and more. Looking at some of these laws. So we shall be looking at some of those small aspects that we think need to be reviewed. In the issue of proposed amendments with redundant clauses. In the interest of time, we shall look at some of those few clauses. So we shall apply a broad brush approach when you're looking at some of those areas. And then we shall look at the lessons learned from, as was have many regulations touching them. And one thing you may want to bear in mind, specifically when you're dealing with decommissioning, is that the reason why government has taken a slow approach is because we shall be looking at decommissioning critically in either 20 to 30 years time. So I want you to imagine your years and add 20 or 30. That's when we shall be actually having the serious talks about decommissioning. So right now, what we have are just the tangential mentions in the main act about decommissioning, but we don't have actually regulations implementing the decommissioning in and policy framework. You realize that there is little to write home about when it comes to decommissioning in a sense. So strategically speaking, having these laws in place even before we head into production is good because to debate even as we wait for them to be implemented. And you realize that government has been amending some of them even as we move on into the later stages of the oil and gas operations. So in a sense, while it seemed to be ill-advised at the beginning to have government roll out most of these laws, we get to realize in the end that actually it was a good idea, because we actually get to have a discussion concerning some of the policy preferences and even proposed changes, which we have seen happen. Even in the tax regimes, changes, even when it comes to local content obligations of IOCs in the sector, and that has been in a way facilitated or enabled by this early rollout of these laws. So in your interaction, you get to see this even as we move on. Let's look at the third slide. Sorry about that. I don't want to assume that all of us are on the same page, so I'll just run through an overview so that you at least have a rough picture of what we're talking about. One thing that you must know is that most of our deposits, or most of the operations, the oil and gas industry, are onshore for the beginning. There's what they call the offshore operations, and there's what they call the onshore operations. Offshore operations are the ones that are sited in water bodies. Onshore operations are the ones that are land-based. And these fall mostly in the Albertine Graben. And of course, as you could have heard from the previous speakers, they cover a distance of 500 kilometers, right from the tip to the lower end of Hoima Masindi. And that's where you'll find most of these deposits so far. And from what you could have heard from government communications is that I think we have so far explored, if I'm not mistaken, 50% of the area. So there is still so much work to be done in the industry, and of course the hope is that more players will come on board to see that exploration extends to the remaining 50% or thereabout. Kindly next slide. You will come across so many materials that draw around 4 phases of our oil and gas industry. But for purpose of this discussion, I've broken them down into 2. We had the early efforts to actually tackle this oil and gas, to actually explore and exploit the hydrocarbons. And I will look at the early efforts that predate 1980 and then after 1980. Of course, you realize that there was not much action in the industry pre-1980. And of course, one of the reasons that it was, as why it was so dormant, of course, was due to the World War. Then after the World War, we had the Cold Wars. Then, of course, there were funding problems. Then, of course, we ended up with the Great Depression. Then you must have covered the liberation movements. Of course, that was a time of self-discovery. We're talking about independence and the rest. Then, of course, it goes without saying that the limited human resource to even aid in the exploration and exploitation of the hydrocarbons. Then, of course, there were limited legislative initiatives and the problematic first generational PSS. So in a sense, for the people who came into the industry early, there's not so much that could be done in the period predating 1980. So you'll find that that was more like a dark age for the industry. But now when we move post-1980, kind of the next slide, that's when we begin seeing an upsurge in the rolling out of regulatory regimes for the oil and gas industry. We begin seeing availability of multilateral funding. We begin seeing relative political stability within the region and within Uganda. And in a sense, most of these points actually engender exploitation of hydrocarbons across the board. So if countries do not take off on some of these considerations, you'll find that they will remain stagnant when it comes to issues with the exploitation of these hydrocarbons. One thing that you must remember is that the richest countries in the world have energy security, and issues to do with energy poverty are not prevalent in those countries. When you juxtapose that with the poorest countries in the world, in most cases, they score so highly when it comes to energy poverty, and their energy security is not guaranteed. So as you're dealing with this issue with oil and gas, you must bear that at the back of your mind. So it is critical that even when countries are heading into the exploration and production phases, that they score highly, especially on issues with stability. If you don't have stability, it doesn't matter the coverage of hydrocarbons, you will still remain static. And there are so many examples we can give of countries that are mineral rich, yet they are extremely poor. By the way, one of the poorest countries in the world is actually resource rich. So don't be deceived by the fact that just because you have the resources or the hydrocarbons, that it will automatically translate into exploitation and consequent production, as is the case with Uganda. Kindly let's move to the next slide. So I will run through the oil and gas legal and policy frameworks very quickly, because all of us are lawyers and this is information that's readily available. So I will just, since these slides are going to be shared with the society at large, I would just like to point out using the headings what forms part of the framework when it comes to the oil and gas regulation. So at the very top, of course, we begin with the policies. Policies, as I said earlier, are extremely critical when it comes to oil and gas management and across the line. So you'll find that each policy actually feeds into the operations. So even when we are rendering opinions, we draw so much from these policies that are currently applicable. Next slide. You'll find that these policies are, there are about 15 policies that actually touch oil and gas. So you look at those policies and in your free time, you can familiarize yourselves with these policies because they're extremely important to the operations. Let's take the next slide. After the policies, we have the acts. I've tried to highlight the ones that I think are critical. And this by no means should be interpreted as an exhaustive list of all the policies and the acts. There are some that have been omitted because we will end up with so many slides. But we have just forked out the critical policies that we thought were helpful for the purpose of this discussion. So you will have some time and look at those laws. All of them have a connection to the oil and gas operations in Uganda. Kindly the next. In total, still we have over 20 acts that have a link to oil and gas operations in Uganda. Let's move to the next. Then we have regulations and standards. You realize that most of the regulations that actually touch operations in the oil and gas industry were passed mostly past 2013. So you will discover that most of them are 2020 regulations, 2019 regulations. And interestingly is that they cover the entire value chain. Upstream operations, midstream operations, and upstream and midstream operations, whether it relates to the environment, whether it relates to national content, whether it relates to health and safety, most of them are actually post-2013 regulations. And I trust that these regulations are readily available on the Petroleum Authority of Uganda website. They are readily available even on URI, and I trust that given time, you can actually access and familiarize yourselves with them. Let's go to the next. There are over 15 regulations specific to the oil and gas industry. These regulations are more specific than the acts because what government has done is that they went through a quick exercise to roll out these regulations because in a sense, we're getting so many players on board and there was a dearth of regulation when it comes to mostly upstream operations. So you come to discover that, especially for upstream and midstream, we have had a lot of activity in terms of regulation and rolling out of standards. So there is so much to read. And just to give you a heads up, you're going to encounter regulations that are even over 100 pages, just touching health and safety alone. And in a sense, you may wonder, how is it that we managed to turn around these regulations in record time? Government entered into a technical assistance arrangement with the government of Norway, who have been at the forefront of helping government come up with some of these policies and regulations. So you'll find that some of them, in a sense, mirror legal frameworks from Norway, they mirror legal frameworks from the UK, and that's because some countries have come to offer technical assistance when it comes to the development of this legal and regulatory framework. Let's move to the next. Then from that, of course, we cannot speak about oil and gas in terms of regulation in a vacuum. Multilateral environmental agreements, of course, come into focus. And I want to think that Frank must have touched on them when he was working through, especially climate change issues and environmental issues. They are extremely, extremely critical. And in a sense, they are hard to avoid when you're rendering advice regarding any aspects of the operations in the value chain. So you must be mindful of them even as you're approaching some of these activities. So some of the laws we have touching oil and gas in Uganda actually implement some of these multilateral environmental agreements. So you may want to actually pick interest in them. They are also readily available. Some of them are available on the NEMA website. Some of them are available on the Petroleum Authority website. So you may want to actually look at them, and they make for good reading, especially in your free time. Let's move to the next. There are over 30 multilateral environmental agreements. So in a sense, you may want to take off some time and fork out, especially the aspects that relate to our oil and gas operations. And the reason why we have so many of them is because there are few areas in international law that are more regulated, like the environment. So you come to discover that there are so many conventions, there are so many protocols, there are so many framework agreements, and then we have a body of soft law that still touches environmental matters. It's because they are critical, and in a sense, an environmental incident has the capacity to affect other countries. So we get to see that the Committee of Nations are ever coming together to come up with something that would present common ground, especially for nation states that have hydrocarbons or whose activities are likely to have transboundary effects. So you may want to interest yourselves in some of these multilateral environmental agreements and some of the conventions that to which Uganda is a party. Okay, let's move to the next. This also covers the multilateral environmental agreements. We have looked both at international and regional to give you a feel of what you're likely to encounter, especially when you need to step into this area of oil and gas operations. Let's move to the next. Sorry, I'm trying to run through so that I can abridge time. I know what it means to be the last presenter, in that people are already tired and they want to check out. So quickly, I'll run you through the value chain of the sector so that we're on the same page even as we're discussing. Now, concerning the upstream activities, of course, this entails exploration, development, production, and decommissioning. This is what you're likely to encounter in upstream activities. And currently, Uganda, with most of our operations are centered around the upstream. Let's go to the next slide that covers midstream. In the midstream, we have transportation, refining, storage. Storage, please ignore the last bullet. But that's your typical upstream activity, and that's where the pipeline falls. Then downstream, we have transportation, marketing, and also ignore the last bullet. I think it was mistakenly included. So the value chain is upstream, where we deal with issues to do with exploration, where we deal with issues to do with production. Then we have midstream, which is typical transportation, refining and storage. Then downstream is also typical transportation and marketing. So downstream, that's why you have your petrol stations and the rest. Midstream, that's why you have your pipeline. Then upstream, that's why you have your typical extractive activities. Let's move to the next. Now, we are now dealing with the issue of can a case 6 years down the road, we are looking at laws that were passed 6, 7 years ago, some of them 10 years ago. And we're now asking ourselves, is there a need to revisit this legal and regulatory framework in light of the upsurge of activities in the oil and gas industry? Now, when you look at most of these regulations, especially the ones that deal with upstream and midstream activities, you'll come to discover that some of them are slightly out of touch with the existing realities as we talk. And unfortunately, at the time when these regulations were actually being drafted, there was, in a sense, a lot of stakeholder consultation. I'll give an example of the midstream health and safety regulations. You'll come to discover that unlike the upstream health and safety regulations, these regulations are starkly different from the upstream regulations. And how are they different? The slide before you forks out regulations to your immediate left, then in the middle is the detail, then at the extreme right are the penalties. Now, just help me go to the next slide. If you look at the penalties, we have 40 million, 10, 10. Then, if you look at the two slides, the slide before and this slide, the highest penalty payable for under the midstream regime is 100 million. Just help me go to the previous slide. The lowest amount payable under the midstream regime is 10 million Uganda shillings. And that is for failure to report an accident to the authority. So the lowest is 10, and in the previous slide, the highest is 100. Kindly, let's go to the next slide. When you look at the highest, it's actually, it touches an incident whereby, let's say, an operator or a licensee discharges effluent, of course, without the proper licensing. So that's the highest that can be charged in any midstream operation. Let's go to the next. This is for midstream. When you look at the next, of course, this is the occupational. Sorry, I'm not trying to through slides and then make the point at the end. This is your Occupational Safety and Health Act of 2006. It also rolls out a regime of fines that can be imposed as a result of non-compliance with particular obligations under the Act. Now, under this, the OSHA Act, that's the Occupational Safety and Health Act, we are looking at a sanction regime of 960. Can we go to the next? Sorry, let's stick to that one. The highest that can be paid, sorry, the previous one, the previous slide. The highest that can be paid under the OSHA is 960, and the OSHA has custodial centers. Now, the distinction between the OSHA and the midstream regulations that we saw previously is that you realize something strange about the midstream regulations is that they only provide for one instance in which a custodial sentence can be imposed. When we look at the OSHA, we are looking at around 2 instances in which custodial sentences can be imposed. I just want you to mark those differences as we move on. Let's go to the next slide. Now, when you look at the upstream regulations on health and safety, we begin seeing a change in the sense that the highest penalty under the upstream regime is 100 million, and we begin seeing custodial sentences for any infraction of the requirements under the upstream regime. So we are seeing both fines and custodial sentences for the upstream regime. Yet previously, in the midstream regimes, we were only seeing fines without corresponding custodial sentences. Actually, there was only one instance where a fine had an alternative over a custodial sentence. Let's move to the next slide. So, seeing the entire regime for the upstream for the upstream sanctions, we are seeing the lowest fine being 80 million and the highest being 100 million. For the upstream, we have both steep fines together with an alternative of a custodial sentence. When it comes to the midstream, we have the highest fine being 100 million, the lowest being 10 million, and there's only one instance for a custodial sentence. Let's move to the next slide. Now, still under the OSHA, the highest is 1 million and the lowest is 480. But the beauty about the OSHA is that you have a corresponding custodial sentence. Now, I want to draw a conclusion from the three. We are realizing that upstream fines, the highest is 100 million, The lowest is 80 million, but for each fine, there is a corresponding custodial sentence. If you're to juxtapose that with the midstream sanctions, we are seeing the highest fine being 100 million, the lowest being 10 million, and with only one instance of a custodial sentence. When we look at the OSHA, the highest fine is 2 million, the lowest is 480, but each fine has an alternative of a custodial sentence. Of course, the question then would be, what happened to the midstream regulations, midstream health and safety regulations? Now, as I'd informed you before, by the time these regulations were being drafted, there was so much stakeholder consultation. And part of the consultations, or during one of those consultations, of course, the consideration was that for us to attract investment in midstream operations, and that is the pipeline activity, there was a need to soften on the sanction regime for the midstream operations. So we ended up reducing the sanctions and, for the most part, removing custodial sentences with a view of attracting investments in the midstream operations. Unfortunately, at the time, I think there were ongoing discussions with a prospective player in the midstream operations. We passed the law and the player pulled out. So now we have ended up with a law that has no bite, or that doesn't have sufficient bite to incentivize compliance with the requirements and the midstream regulations. So the question then would be, is this now a good time for us to revisit some of the sanctions in the midstream operations? Because what happens is that when it comes to midstream operations, there is a lot of spillage. And there's been so much environmental damage, even when you look at other jurisdictions. As we talk, BP has already paid upwards of 20 billion in terms of fines and in terms of damages for remediating that damage they caused when they had an oil spill. The question we should be asking ourselves at this time is that, is our legal and policy framework robust enough to address some of those challenges? What will happen when we get similar accidents or incidents in Uganda? Do our midstream health and safety regulations speak to such challenges if they should arise in our jurisdiction? So 6 years down the road, in this case, maybe even 7 years down the road, can we look back and say that we actually have a robust legal regime that can speak to the challenges that are posed by these operations? Having looked at the upstream, midstream, and the OSHA sanctions, can they speak to some of the challenges that we are likely to face? Consider the other side of the argument. We are a poor country who are seeking to attract investment. These laws are actually good in terms of attracting investment, especially in the industry. But the problem is that most of the players in the industry, their annual revenues are even bigger than our GDP. This is something that is very easy to pay. When we look at the general scheme of these regulations, do they incentivize non-compliance or do they incentivize compliance? So in a sense, I believe maybe the time has come for us to revisit some of the sanction regimes and advocate for a fairer balance in the way in which some of these sanctions were laid out. This, I believe, is a discussion that can be steered by the society, and we see how we can have a genuine conversation regarding this. Remember, when these spills happen, they are going to affect the most vulnerable members of the community. They are going to affect very big expanses of land. The question is, do our laws address some of these challenges moving forward? Let's go to the next slide. Now, you will see when you look at the upstream and midstream health and safety and environment regulations of 2016, there is something in regulation called overprescription. And what this means is that a draftsperson trying to imagine or trying to envisage all types of outcomes and prepare a law to cover such outcomes. The problem with that is that you can never legislate every eventuality. You will always miss out something. And the problem with overprescription is that it stifles creativity, especially on the part of the regulatees. So where is the space for creativity? And it creates a culture of box ticking, in that people may just end up over complying and may defeat the spirit of the law. So the question is, how does the industry come in to actually be creative, even in terms of offering greater compliance to our regulations? What happens is that while we may have IOCs that are over compliant, have we left some room for creativity on their part? Because in a sense, most of these regulatory interventions are spearheaded by the private sector. So how have we actually achieved a balance? In a sense, the draftsman will tell you that our regulations are a hybrid. Both they are both prescriptive, but in a sense, they allow room for creativity on the part of the regulator. But I beg to differ, because when you begin interacting with these regulations, especially the health and safety and environment regulations, you will discover that they are overly prescriptive. So where is the room for creativity on the part of the players in the industry? So in a sense, there is a challenge. And while we may not have proper policy proposals for let's say amendment, I think we must hold a discussion on how to engender compliance without having overly prescriptive regulation. Then, even as you interact with these upstream and midstream regulations, you will discover that our draftsmen and women came up with a very interesting concept, in that you don't only report accidents at platforms or accidents during operations in the oil and gas industry. You must also report incidents. Now, the challenge with that, and what we envisage, is that sometime in the future, or in the near future, the authority may end up being bogged down with reports of incidents. And this, in a sense, takes away a lot from the operator or from the licensee in the industry. In that, if I'm to report each and every incident, so many things will pass for incidents. So how much discretion does a licensee have when it comes to reporting incidents? How minor or how major of an incident must it be for me to report it? So I think, in a sense, we may need to go back to the drawing board to ask ourselves, did we over-regulate when we included a requirement to report incidents during operations in the oil and gas industry? It is very ambitious, and you appreciate the regulatory theory behind it, but we must also ask the hard question: what practical utility does it serve? Of course, we are looking at the greater interest of the health and safety of the workers, the platform, but in a sense, would we end up with more paperwork than we envisaged at the end of the day? So you find that there are some of these small components in these regulations that I think need to be revisiting going forward, not because we have the selfish interest of representing the contractors in the industry, but we also have an interest of seeing how can we better comply with these regulations, at the same time ensuring health safety, both of the players, but also of the environment. Please, the next slide. Then the other area is, of course, there is the issue of insurance. We have had an opportunity to add our voice to the insurance, oil and gas regulations that will soon be rolled out. I don't know that they've been rolled out as yet. And you'll come to discover that there are some countries like Nigeria and Ghana that actually make it mandatory that particular processes in the oil and gas operations must be insured. You'll discover that most of the players in the oil and gas industry do what they call self-insurance. In that, if an accident happens, they prefer to pick up the bill. And that's because there are not many insurance companies that can actually underwrite the risk in the oil and gas industry. It is extremely capital intensive, and most of the damage that is caused in the oil and gas industry, it is actually staggering, because the payouts, as I told you before, are even bigger than Uganda's GDP. So which player in the insurance industry is going to underwrite such a loss? So you find that most of them will end up doing what they call self-insurance. But then the question is there a case to roll out a requirement for insurance throughout the entire value chain of the oil and gas operations, especially where it is applicable? Because if so much can be said for self-insurance, what happens for the small players who can't self-insure? Is it necessary for us to have a conversation concerning this requirement? And in a sense, of course, it feeds into our industry, our insurance industry. And now that we're going to have this oil and gas insurance, oil and gas business regulations, what happens is that these regulations have introduced a very interesting concept called co-insurance, in that even if our local insurance companies are not in position to underwrite some of the risk in the oil and gas industry, they are being given leeway to partner with international insurance companies to underwrite the risk here locally. So the question is, can't we actually have a specific requirement or imposing an obligation on particular players in the industry to actually insure some of their operations? I think that would be an interesting conversation to have, especially with the stakeholders in the industry. So while we are running with most of these, rolling out most of these legislative interventions, there are some things that I think we should have thought about, or I think we can still have a discussion about, especially when it comes to some of these operations. The nature of the hydrocarbons or of the products we're dealing with in oil and gas, they are volatile by nature, and their effects are far-reaching. The question is, what about these companies that may not have the muscle to actually self-insure, or that may not have the muscle to pay out in case of damage or in case of death? Where does that leave the communities or the host communities in this case? If they can't self-insure, if they can't actually write off some, pay out some of these damages, what happens to those communities? So I think that in a sense, when it comes to some of these operations, there is a need for us to have a discussion when it comes to handling the risk and the risky nature of the hydrocarbons we are dealing with. Can you give the next slide? Now, this will help us to segue into the national content framework that we have. So much has been said about national content. We have looked at the laws. We have the bill in place. We have the Google policy, and some of you have heard about it. And even in some cases where there is no direct legislation covering national content, we have seen some government institutions implementing national content requirements, even in the absence of any legal obligation. So we are seeing most of them, even PPDA, before we had the regulation of the oil and gas industry, it was a requirement, or it was part of the criteria that whoever is participating in any government procurement must prove that they have embedded a certain level of national content in their bid documents. So the question then is, even as we're looking at this national content, and we're so excited about it as Ugandans, but have we actually counted the cost in the sense of the players who are coming into this country? Some of them, of course, they cost some of they cost the cost. I mean, they will go to calculate the cost of compliance. If it turns out that it's expensive to comply with these local content obligations, won't this, in a sense, disincentivize investment in the industry? When we look at some of these regulations, are the costs of compliance extremely high that they would repel prospective investors in the industry? Next slide. Having looked at the current regulation touching national content, which I believe you'll have time to look at, I want us to look at some of the requirements under the national content requirements specific to the oil and gas industry. The next slide, please. Now, if you have to look at these are the midstream national content regulations. Very interesting framework has been rolled out. If you have to look at especially the management staff, technical staff, and other staff, these are mostly the manual. These are the drivers, let's call them the non-technical staff. When you look at the entire framework, at all stages, from start to finish, they must be at 95. And of course, part of the reasoning behind that is that any player in the industry doesn't have to spend so much money skilling them, because their input is not extremely technical to need skilling. Therefore, it is cheap and it is easy to roll out the 95% requirement when it comes to the midstream operation. So you can have them, you can have the sweepers, you can have the cooks at 95. Now, the challenge comes to the technical staff and the management staff. When you look at the quotas supposed to be achieved in 10 years' time, a case can be made that this might be extremely expensive and unreasonable. So there is a chance that the authority is going to have so many applications for waivers, because by the time you skill a technical staff or management staff, within 10 years, you have 80% in management, 80% in technical. In a sense, I think that was overly ambitious, especially for a nascent industry like ours. It takes so much time to skill technical staff to achieve that threshold in 10 years, especially for the oil and gas industry. And if we're talking about 60% in 5 years' time, these targets, even at the time these requirements were rolled out, they attracted an uproar from the stakeholders in the industry. Not only may it prove to be hard to achieve within the time stipulated, it is going to be extremely expensive. If it's a company of 100 people, you're saying in 10 years' time, you must have trained 80% of your employees. And we're talking about technical. Management, if there are 50, you must have trained 80% in 10 years' time. Look at the cost of pulling that off. It is extremely expensive in a sense. So I envisage that there's going to be more stakeholder engagement, especially when it comes to these thresholds, especially for the midstream operations. Let's go to the next slide. Now, when you look at the upstream in a sense adopts a similar approach to midstream, only that they increase the threshold when it comes to the technical staff. We are looking at 90% after 10 years. But when it comes to management staff, there is no corresponding requirement in 10 years' time. And that's because when it comes to the upstream activities, there is a lot of proprietary information that is entailed, especially at the management. So some concessions must have been made when it comes to the 10 years requirement on the management. But still, when you come to the technical staff, the cost, number one. Number two, the cost of implementation of this threshold and the time in which you want them to implement this threshold. I hold the view that there is going to be, or there has to be, an ongoing discussion on this. Otherwise, we may either end up slowing down the process when it comes to exploitation of the resource, and we may end up taking more time to actually pick some money from it, or it's going to end up being extremely expensive for the players. Let's move on. When you look at the bill, and this bill, of course, doesn't apply to the operations, but I'll just highlight it quickly because it may touch other providers that you may be advising going forward. Let's run to the next slide. This may not be useful. The bill, in a sense, I want us to go to the last slide. I'll go to the last slide. That I think is that one. Now, when you look at the bill, there are some services that among the ring-fenced services under our current bill are legal services and taxation services. While it may not directly apply to the oil and gas industry, you must be alive to the fact that actually their services have been carved out under our national local content bill. Please familiarize yourself with the bill. Although it does specifically touch oil and gas operations, you may have a client who may be servicing someone in the oil and gas industry, but who may not be totally covered under the upstream or midstream regulations. You may want to familiarize yourself and look at the thresholds. The bill in its current state, I am almost sure it may not be passed because there are so many discussions that have to be held on that bill. And one of the arguments against the bill, I love the bill because it is it delivers on mainstream many Ugandans into some of the services, etc. But the cost of implementation of that bill, especially on the part of investors, I think it may end up being a disincentive than otherwise. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. No, let's take it on that. Now, having looked at some of the areas, or having picked up some of the critical areas that we think merit further engagement, I want us to look at some of the lessons we learned from previous disputes, especially in the oil and gas industry. One of the things is that we came to learn, especially from the two arbitrations that arose in the last 10 years, is the issue of capacity, both of the local lawyers and of our courts to actually interact with this with the sector. Now, I can say with confidence that 80% of the contracts that are being executed in the industry have embedded arbitration or international commercial arbitration as the preferred mode of dispute resolution. Unfortunately, most of these arbitrations are not going to be seated in Uganda, in the sense that they are going to be hosted in countries outside Uganda, as was the previous two arbitrations. Why? Number one, it points to the issue of capacity, both of the arbitral institutions in Uganda, our court system, and our personnel. You realize that our arbitral institutions are not as competitive as arbitral institutions elsewhere in the world. Of course, ICAMEC is increasing visibility, that's one. And in a sense, it has improved on its table of arbitrators, which is a very good thing. As for CADA, of course, it has its challenges when it comes to administration, following the decision of Justice Sekana concerning the constitution or lack thereof of the governing council. So you find that when an investor is coming and they are faced with such odds or oddities, their preference will be to seat the arbitration outside Uganda. And that's a challenge we are facing. The problem with that is that we as Ugandan lawyers don't get to cash in on some of the monies to be made from participating in such arbitrations. So that's the downside of it. Now, the beauty about the current administration in the Attorney General's chambers is that the current administration has actually imposed an obligation on any international law firm representing government to partner with a local law firm. And this happened in the last round of cases in ICSID and another international commercial arbitration. While government actually invited bids for local law firms to bid for that international work. But what happens is they say that local firms are free to partner with international firms. So it is a very big departure from what was the case before. Before, government would call for international law firms, they will come and pick the work and take the money, and there will be no experience left home. So what happens is that now government contracts a local law firm, which is free to partner with an international law firm. So clearly, the future is bright for the local law firms. So now, of course, it falls on us to begin looking out for partnerships with international law firms for purposes of bidding for government work, because government has demonstrated that goodwill. Number one, to contract private law firms in Uganda, which are free to partner with international law firms, which is a good thing for us. So in a sense, we are seeing that there's been a gravitation or government's appetite to hire international law firms has dipped but it has built to the benefit of the local law firms, which are free to partner with international firms, which bring on board the necessary competence to pull off some of these cases. Then lastly, of course, we have a very long way to go. And a case can be made as to whether we even need a division of the High Court that specializes specifically in oil and gas disputes. We have an electricity disputes tribunal. Can we have an oil and gas division of the High Court dealing specifically with claims arising out of the oil and gas industry? You see, the nature of this industry is that they place a lot of premium on doing things quickly, because any delays such as are attended to our dispute resolution in our courts does not in any way help operations in the industry. So I know that, of course, once the society picks up some of these things and we begin agitating for the creation of some of these divisions, which will be staffed with the judges who have built competence in this area, I think, number one, we shall attract our work here. Two, we shall have an upsurge in oil and gas related disputes, which is good for us in a sense. So I think this is a discussion that we can have going forward as a society and see how to engage the stakeholders in it. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah, thank you. That's the much I could cover in this short time. Sorry, I had to run you through the slides, and that's because we are pressed for time. But I know in another forum we shall have more time to dig deep into this and discuss more about this oil and gas. Thank you so much.
That is more to chew than we had thought about. But yes, thank you very much, Mr. Batanda. There's a lot that you've said, and there's a lot that my mind is still moving up and down in circles. There's been this whole notion from your slides, there's been this whole notion about declare what you pay, and part of the Dodd-Frank Commission report that came out in 2013 from the US was to the effect that companies in the extractive industry should make declarations on what they make payments of to public and government officials. Then you recently had last week the Glencore decision and the fines therein. For a country like Uganda, a third world country, we have all had issues, and we have an anti-corruption court. And there's been this whole talk about contracts being under the table and X and Y. Is there a lot to worry about in respect to underhand payments, underhand methods that may put the sector and the sector into disrepute in terms of illegal payments and underhand payments made?
Well, there is a lot to worry about. And we have seen decisions from courts, even in the UK, where they have now opened the doors for foreigners to actually file civil claims against international companies for violations in another country. Let's say if Shell commits a tort in Uganda, you can actually file a suit in the UK to actually prosecute that claim. So there is a lot to worry about, especially in terms of compliance. You know, there is nothing like facilitation now in light of Glencore. There is nothing like administration fees. In that the practice, the way we do it, has now totally been up, in a sense, let me say, upended. So we are going into a more sanitized approach in terms of dealing with clients. And I don't know whether there is I don't know how to navigate the system now, because these people have reporting mechanisms back at home. While they may be local in terms of operations, but the reporting requirements, especially
as a listing company,
as a listed company,
yes,
they have no room for practice as we knew it, or practice the way it's conducted this side of the world. So yes, there is a room for concern, especially for us as well, because that means that whatever you do has an aspect of compliance in terms of reporting. So how will it reflect on the client? How will it reflect, especially the purpose of reporting? So when you look at financial reporting, especially of these companies, most of which are listed, we look at especially our behaviorisms as practitioners. We are going to see a sea change in the way business is done, and of course, as well as we must move ahead of the curve in terms even of compliance on our side. Yeah, because of course we're going to end up posing a risk for the clients we represent, and that means we have to clean house.
True, more than ever. So the old system of business as usual, it comes to an end. You touched on issues regarding capacity building, and you touched on issues regarding the setting up of an oil and gas division of the High Court. There's a flip argument for the same, saying, does it have to be an oil and gas division? Because now we have the mining bill, we have the Mining Act in place. We are trying to review the whole energy sector. And we do not have duplicity of courts. Otherwise, then you'll have an oil and gas tribunal, and appeals from there go to the High Court. So you still, there wouldn't be much, and it wouldn't be a proper court of record. There's an argument that have an extractive industry division that will handle mining, oil and gas, probably energy or matters. Then there's a PPP provision. Do you think it's something that the Law Society, or it will take time as we build capacity and as the sector gains traction in terms of disputes and that? Because then you'd have to segregate, are there disputes arising out of the Act and interpretation of the Act? Are there disputes arising as out of contractual obligations and execution of the same that will then be more of commercial basis? Or so that is also, I don't know if you look at it in terms of policy structure within the judiciary, or how they can frame it to manage it, because it comes out strongly that yes, we need a specialized court. Otherwise, if you get a seasoned magistrate who has risen through the ranks to arbitrate over certain oil and gas things and he has no knowledge about it, you're going to end up in a big mess.
Okay, to pick it up from what you're saying, duplicating laws. I think that's the very first thing we should have done. An argument can be made that we widen the jurisdiction of the electricity dispute tribunal. But the challenge is that it has its own challenges. Or we either widen it to include extractives, bundle everything to do with energy under the electricity dispute tribunal.
Yes.
There is that. Or they are saying, let's create a standalone division dealing with extractives. Let's call it the extractive division. Because other countries have it. Other countries that are coastal countries have what they call the marine division of the High Court.
Yes.
So depending on the need, they may create a division. But there's creating a division which has no one. Because most of the players in the industry don't have the appetite for local courts. That's the biggest challenge. They don't have the appetite.
Then would you then say the jurisdiction of that tribe, that division, would then be limited to tier 2 to tier 3 contracts and tier 4 contracts?
Actually,
then tier 1 and tier 2 go out of the country.
You see, it's a delicate balance, because you may get someone in tier 2 who's big.
Yes.
And may not want to, doesn't have appetite for local courts. So what happens to them? So I think it's going to be a delicate one, because now they may say, let's take a gamble with commercial court and let all those disputes go to commercial court. As to whether it will have any practical utility is something that remains to be seen. Though for me, one thing I love about our approach is that we have gone ahead of the curve. I mean, we didn't wait for the operators to begin, for production to begin, for the midstream operators to begin. We just rolled out the framework. So in a sense, we have been trying to innovate around dispute resolution, around regulation of midstream and upstream operators, even before anything began in earnest. So I think what we have to do is try.
You touched on the fact that yes, you have quite a number of practitioners now have gone through your hands at IPSK. And there was a position, I think, pushed by the previous president of Law Society, Fiona Wall, in ring fencing and creating sufficient space for Ugandan girls to practice. In your training of the different lawyers and the judges who have gone through your hands and the different registers and persons, have you built sufficient capacity to say we have what it takes to reasonably address a certain quantum of disputes?
No, we don't. Because what happens, and it begins from the bench. Once the judges take interest and begin familiarizing themselves with the oil and gas, oil and gas operations and the rest, I think once we begin from the top, it will become very easy to address the lawyers, because I think lawyers are more pragmatic and they can easily make adjustments compared to the judges. Because I've seen some of the big interest and they come and study and they are better placed to handle some of these disputes. But talking about critical mass, I don't think we have the critical mass as yet. I don't think so, because the course has just been introduced in universities, and we can't say it's now 10 years. It's not even 10 years. So that critical mass is not there. So I think that if we can have this discussion after 10 years, I think we shall have some raw material to look at. But now it's very hard.
So of the 10 years for of the 10 years for spent building the pipeline, and then probably another 5-6 of the refinery, then maybe we'll hit that milestone.
Yeah.
But then with that issue of critical mass and this, how best then do we have the placement of CAID and ICAMAC? Because when ICAMAC was being inaugurated, there was a blowback from CAIDA saying, no, we are supposed to have a monopoly.
Yeah.
ICAMAC come and say, no, CAIDA, you lost it along the way. There was that. And then there's also the element of, if you're going to go through CAIDA or ICAMAC, do you then have a panel of specialists to then handle these matters? How would you expect an IOC to reconsider
sitting
arbitration here if you have ICAMAC and CADA
with that
with no skin on the teeth?
Now, for me, one thing I'm very sure, there's no IOC that will want to sit arbitration in Uganda. And I hope I'm wrong. And part of the reason is, number one, our arbitration institutions still have different problems. Of course, ICAMAC, and if you look at the stable of arbitrators, they are not as experienced. There are so many arbitration institutions in the world that have top-notch arbitrators, skilled and experienced in oil and gas.
But is it so much the seat of the arbitration or the panel of arbitrators?
Both.
So if you brought the same team of 6 arbitrators for the panel of 3 who are going to sit in London and house them here, do you really have to shift the whole team of AG, because you are in AG's chambers when you are handling the heritage and the total case? Do you have to shift half an office to London every other 2 weeks to adjourn a matter, which then because then it makes it quite expensive. The IOC will be able to shoulder that cost, but the Ugandan entity may not. So
now I'll tell you the funny thing. These IOCs look at very funny indicators. One of them, they look at infrastructure of the country.
Yes.
They will look at the quality of the judiciary, the quality of the lawyer, the quality of the arbitration institutions, the quality of the stable of arbitrators. They look at all those things. Now, Uganda, we are prone to all types of tropical. You're from COVID, you're going into Ebola. You're from Ebola, God help us, we'll have nothing. So those are some of the things that play on their minds. So they will even say, okay, I know ICAMAC might be good, but can we go to a place that is more predictable and stable? And but it's business, it's nothing personal. So they will say, let's go to London. I mean, what will happen in London? A change of prime ministers, we can stomach that. So their indicators they look silly on the face of it, but for them, they would rather pay the money and have something stable than save the money to have unpredictable events. So I think that's why we shall see more arbitrations being studied in England, in London and Singapore. Yeah.
Now, you touched on national local content and part of the drivers for it. But there's a big, they talk about registration of the entity to fall within local content. Registration of the entity has to be Ugandan based. Employment has to be 70% Ugandans. The goods have to be procured from Uganda. The services have to be procured from Uganda. Technological transfer and this. But the white elephant in the room in respect to local content is revenue retention. And there is a big discrepancy between me saying I fulfill the 70%, but the 70% are paid peanuts, and the 30% or the 20% of the expatriates are paid 3 times what collectively the 70 are paid. You still do not have that trickle down.
But that's an interesting point, and it's likely to happen, or it's already happening. But
because you have a wide variety of discrepancies across the board.
And may have the 20% earning more than the 80. Yes. and but it's very possible.
The highest paid Ugandan is probably paid 5-6 million shillings.
And that's a lot of money for.
And one person is paid $5,000. And when you accumulate this, it doesn't.
It's more than. But you see, the argument for local content is beyond how much you take home.
But that determines also your spending power and your ability to save and how much is retained in the economy.
Yeah.
Because the person who is paid in dollars is actually paid and the money is remitted to his UK account.
And you're not talking about bonuses. There is that.
They're just looking at the salaries. Yes. So you have that discrepancy, and that discrepancy then breeds that contempt, the discord.
But by the way, there's something you're not going to take away. For example, when you talk about the pay gap, it's going to be there, and it's going to be so pronounced.
Then what's the duty of? Because I thought the authority, and I would have loved to go over to get in here. I thought the authority, your development plans and all those things, they are approved because this is cost recoverable, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then the authority should be able to say we need a fair pay across, at least a reasonable rate across the board for either the IOCs and so you actually benchmark what has to be done.
That one I don't think. The bit about that.
Do you think the authority has the teeth to do it?
No, it doesn't. And the thing I love about the oil and gas industry is that their pay will always be competitive. So I'm not worried about the pay in a sense. Their pay will always be, especially if you're working for the majors.
Yes.
Even if it's for the contractor, their pay is competitive. And in most cases, their structures are normally approved from headquarters. So there is a way they are structured that may guarantee that there will be competitive payments. That's one. But for me, I think the overriding objective of government is knowledge transfer. After you people have gone, can we even be able to export some of this expertise to other countries and repatriate more? Because there are so many hidden benefits from it.
But in this day and age of technology, once the pipeline is done, it's more or less automated.
Yes,
so it's run from a central system, and the valves are opened and closed and heated and done this.
I know of an African country, they constructed a railway. When the people constructed left, they had to call them back to come and help maintain it. So there's an African country, so it's a challenge, and that's why government, on top of employment, you have to look at the knowledge transfer.
I think Oliver has already left. But there are quite a few things.
Yeah.
Oh, there are quite a few things I wanted to pick his brain, to pick him on in respect to that, and which you can also interject and look. We have the NSD, the supplier database. We have the talent register. We have so many lawyers who have finished, who are studying and this and that. The visibility on the talent register doesn't seem to correspond to the employability of persons. And so what, from what we got from Frank Tumsime telling people, and from the bank thinking out of the box. So many people think, I've got a degree from Mukono, let me send my CV to the talent register, and then they hope to get the job out of it. What is your take of it? Because from the perspective of the authority are saying yes, but you need to do your legwork and also position yourself to make yourself employable.
But I think we have misunderstood what the database is meant to serve. That's one. I think on the part of government, they're also interested to know we have a good commerce, are we building competencies across board?
Yes.
There's the part of the data knowing which competence, what's the pool of the competencies we have. Two, in case someone would want, let's say, a list or a referral and they request the authority, there's a place where you can start. So the authority is not a recruiting agency; they are regulators, and I'm sorry for speaking for them. But in the end, we have encountered some suppliers who say, "Could you please send us a certificate so that you're actually listed on the NSP?" So that is for your benefit, for purpose of the supplier who may want to have that comfort, because they also have their parameters before they list you. They say, "You have this, you have ABCD, you have this. Are you tax registered? Are you this?" If you tick all the boxes, they will do that. Yeah. So I think it is a misconception on the part of the public. Yeah.
Rodney, we've had 2 licensing rounds, and you touched on it in your presentation. But the much anticipated hype regarding the first licensing round that was done in Mombasa didn't yield the traction that we thought. The second one that was done in South Africa still didn't yield the traction that we thought. We see a decline in exploration companies, and yet we have 40% of the gravel that hasn't been fully explored. As an authority, are we comfortable and happy to fold our hands and say, since we have 1.5 billion barrels as recoverable reserves, and hopefully with improved technology it might increase, we do not need the rest? Because then you have, I think apart from AMA, Oranto is quiet, it's dead in the water. No one knows anything what Oranto is up to. There was a dispute about a farm in, a farm out, and issues regarding their management. It's only AMA who seem to be weathering the storm. And however, what's coming out of the authority is more talk about Sinok and Total, and AMA is not even a back burner. Are we giving it, do we have fair, is it a fair picture of what our sector is? Tugenda nebigenda?
Thank you for the observation. I agree with your observation that the 2 licensing rounds haven't yielded as much as we would have expected them to. Secondly, we also agree that with this Go Green movement and with the movement away from fossil fuels, there is need for accelerated exploitation, of course, sustainably, of our natural resource. One of the aspects we have advised the ministry, which is in charge of licensing with, is how to improve that process of bringing on new licensees. Because we have realized that with the move away from direct licensing to competitive licensing, again, there's also a lapse of time before we even achieve the few people who come through. So yes, we are cognizant of those issues and have recommended for changes in the licensing regime to ensure a speedy but also a more effective system. But I agree with the observations. Thank you, moderator.
I think there's something good that came out of URA, I think 2 weeks ago, whereby the Commissioner General allowed the extension of some of the exemptions that were enjoyed by the JV partners and the tier 1 contractors to trickle down to tier 2 and tier 3. What is the reception most of the service providers have got? Because it was one of their Achilles heels that it was a front-loaded cost. They had to pay, they had to remit VAT payments and make VAT payments, and yet there was no way they were going to get it back from the providers they're getting who are already exempt from it. So I'm paying, but I'm not getting that VAT refund at a later stage. What is?
Well, we need to look at two aspects here. First, the import duty exemption that was extended to licensees